Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Today, hopefully, we're going to get some stuff done. There will be the 4 Auchendoon dungeons at the end of the quest arcs. We're only going to do this zone on the Horde, because there's not enough specific content to warrant doing it on both sides. That's actually going to be a trend for a lot of zones, by the way. For a lot of this game, most of the Horde v Alliance stuff is specific to only a couple of zones or very early on in the expansion. Good example, Warlords, right? The initial zones for Warlords, both sides, are unique to those sides, but then you get into agnostic stuff very, very quickly. So welcome to Terokkar Forest. Now, one of the things I like is that transition I just walked through, which is why I wanted to show it to you. We go pretty quickly from having, you know, fungus, and mold, and mushrooms, and swamp, into very lush and very dense forest, which makes sense. There's a whole lot of forestry here because most of the Terokkar is actually fed directly by the Zangor Marsh. The Zangor Sea was, after all, the source of water for this place, and as you can see, some of that water is still dripping in even right now, right there. Yeah, Terokkar is definitely a gloomy place, but not in the same way most of the zones have been so far. And as you can see, rather dense. Brand new tree models they brought out for Terokkar, which I liked. And yeah, we've gone from red to blue, and now we're into green. We finally managed synthesis. A typical player right about now gets a go-to, sometimes 2 vector quests. Excuse me. Sorry, I just used 2 different words for that. I used to call them go-to quests, then I found out the official term was vector quest. And I still call them go-tos sometimes. Oh, my bad. Thank you very, very much, Bella, for the 84 years of support. And I will put that towards Kingdom Hearts 1, Cyberpunk, and Guardian of the Galaxy. So yeah, our very, very first neutral city. So this began a trend which continues to this very day. Every expansion adds at least 1 new capital city, sometimes more than 1. But there's at least one new capital city, a hub, in other words. We will, of course, be judging Shattrath now, because we have several quests to do here, and a lot of these quests have to do with Terokkar specifically. But I'm going to go ahead and just give this away right now. I'm not a big fan of Shattrath. I never have been. Shattrath was a nice place to run around in circles, flying around while talking with people, but that's about the extent of its good design, in my opinion. That's from a gameplay perspective. Visually, audio-wise, we'll talk about that. But I was much bigger fan of Dalaran in Wrath, among other reasons. And of course, then they did the overhaul of Stormwind and Org for Kata. And then Pandaria had the 2 shrines, which are functionally identical. Should have even been 2 shrines. Whatever. Then Warlords has your garrisons. Legion has Dalaran 2. And then BFA has Dazar'alor and Kultiras. And then Shadowlands has Oribos, the actual worst capital city of the game. Dragonflight has Veldraken, which is awesome, and War Within has Dornagal. So, Shattrath. Nice place, huh? Very Draenei, very Protoss, actually. We talked to this guy on the way over. He says, "Welcome to Shattrath City. This might be the one place in all of Outland where you'll find some semblance of safety. A group of Naru known as the Shattar drove the demons away from here. If you've never met a Naru, you should see A'dal in the Terrace of the Light. The leader of the Shattar is an awe-inspiring sight if I ever saw one. I'm sure there's a change of pace from anything else in this bleak land."
See you later.
So, let me go ahead and get this out of the way. One of the things I don't like about this zone, purely visually, is the color usage. It's very bland. We've got dull, kind of brownish yellow with dull, kind of brownish green. And that's it. Those are the 2 colors. I mean, just look at the screen right now. Look at this shot. I didn't even, like, piecemeal this. This is just a random direction I chose to look in. There's 2 colors. They're both mud. It is very BC, and as usual, the textures are very low res as a consequence thereof. The inside here is a little bit better because there's some actual freaking color in here. Although some of this wasn't here at launch. A lot. You may or may not notice there's all sorts of people here from something called the Shattered Sun. Do me a favor, ignore all that. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. The light that filled your senses as you approach A'dal intensifies as you approach him. Melodic chimes continue to ring in your head. You are safe here. So, that's A'dal. A'dal is a Naru. I'm not going to lore run this. I don't want to lose people here. But all you need to know right now is Naru are... We've actually talked about this briefly before. Naru are beings of light. Almost every one of the fundamental powers has an entity that is, like, specific to that, right? You know, there's the avatars, if you will. The Naru are the avatars of light. And arguably also of void. And here's Khadgar. He looks a little bit different. Looks like he finally shaved. About frickin' time.
Let's get to work.
Now, I just want to say really quick. Obviously, we aren't giving the positives for this yet, because he's not really talking yet. But, yeah, different model and different voice actor. I have to give credit for Tony Amendola. First of all, because I love Tony Amendola. And second of all, because he does a really good job with Khadgar. He's a great voice actor. Anyways, do not burden A'dal with petty inquisitions. That just might be the most powerful being you ever come face to face with. oh, Khadgar. You don't look familiar. I suppose you want to learn about the city? You'll have to excuse me if I don't give you a tour myself. I'm a bit busy discussing strategy with A'dal. Maybe you'll find a summoned servant acceptable in my stead. Excellent! Here, have a quest that people have been making fun of for so long that this is still a joke as recently as Dragonflight. I'm dead serious. If you roam around Valdrakken, you will see one of Khadgar's servants giving a tour to several random NPCs. And periodically they will actually complain about how slow it is. Khadgar himself is showing you around. He must have made a good impression. Well, I am the PC. Oh, this freaking quest. I don't even remember why, but most of my characters would bother doing this quest. Like, I think this is a bottleneck quest for something. I forget what. But it was something I wanted to do on most of my characters, so I ended up doing this quest on basically every one of my alts. And yeah, if you lose him, he despawns and you have to restart. Shattrath was once the Draenei capital of this world. Its name means the dwelling of light. When the Burning Legion turned the Orcs against the Draenei, the fiercest battle was fought here. The Draenei fought tooth and nail, but in the end the city fell. The city was left in ruins and darkness until the Shattrath arrived. Let us go to the lower city. I will warn you, as the only safe haven in Outland, Shattrath has attracted droves of refugees from all wars, current and past. I mean, pretty much, Blade Triple. The concept of the tour quest was pretty common for a long time, not just in MMOs. If you remember, we talked about this in the GTAs. Every GTA has at least one tour quest when you get to a new area. I think you're right, Five. Honestly, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if at least a little bit of Shadowbringers was inspired by BC as a whole. Obviously better done, because Shadowbringers was done, like, during the Legion era or something like that. No, that was BFA, wasn't it? That was much more recent. But yeah. The Shtar, or Born from Light, are the Nara that came to A'dal to fight the demons of the Burning Legion. They were drawn to the ruins of Shattrath City, where a small remnant of the Draenei priesthood conducted its rites in this ruined temple on this very spot. The priesthood, known as the Aldor, quickly regained its strength as word spread that the Naru had returned and reconstruction soon began. The ruined temple is now used as an infirmary for injured refugees. Yeah, it's worth noting, this place has only been resettled, I don't remember the exact number of years, but very recently. Like, it's entirely possible the Shattrath didn't come back here until after the events of Frozen Throne. Those are escort quests, actually. This isn't an escort quest, though. This is a tour. This thing is invincible. Be mindful of what you say. This one's being shown around by Khadgar's pet. Are you joking? I'm a scryer. I always watch what I say. More enemies than allies in this city, it seems. Yeah, it's because the Blood Elves are evil, this particular expansion. Don't worry, they won't be as of pretty much the next expansion. On which axis, Uthor? Because I could at least see why you'd prefer it on the narrative axis. I don't agree, but I can see it. So how would a Dragon Age mage rank in Warcraft? So Warcraft is a fairly high tier setting in general. It's probably because it's based at least in part on Warhammer. Yeah, a Dragon Age mage would be a hedge wizard in Warcraft. Like, my priest right now is probably stronger than you can get in Dragon Age. Also, just because I feel like reading this out loud. Be the first on your block to own the incredible electrostatic maculation blaster. Derived from cutting-edge Shattered Sun offensive military technology, it blasts away stubborn stains with ease. Wine stains, grass stains, even pet stains. No match for the electrostatic maculation blaster. It wouldn't be long, however, before the city became under attack once again. This time the attack came from Illidan's armies. Note, there is no reason whatsoever for Illidan to ever attack here. This is straight up a plot hole. This is yet another example of Illidan's the leader of the Burning Legion. Anyways, so, a large regiment of Blood Elves had been sent by Illidan's ally, Kael'thas Sunstrider, to lay waste to the city. As the regiment of Blood Elves crossed this very bridge, the Aldor Exarchs and Vindicators lined up to defend the Terrace of Light, but then the unexpected happened. The Blood Elves laid down their weapons in front of the city's defender, and their leader, a Blood Elf known as Voronthal, stormed into the Terrace of Light and demanded to speak with A'dal. As the Naru approached him, Voronthal kneeled and uttered the following words. I have seen you in a vision, Naru. My race's only hope for survival lies with you. My followers and I are here to serve you. And yes, I know the book retcons this and tries to make it make more sense. The idea is, in the book, by this point, Kael'thas was already working for Kil'jaeden, and therefore Kael'thas launched this attack without Illidan's purview, because, duh. And that way, and that makes sense. Like, okay, cool, there you go, boom, done. And to be clear, the Illidan book does a lot of legwork on fixing a lot of the plot holes of BC, but we're not here to review the book, are we? But I thought I'd mention it. The defection of Voronthal and his followers were the largest loss ever incurred by Kael's forces, and they weren't just any Blood Elves. Many of the best and brightest amongst Kael's scholars and magisters had been swayed by Vorenthal's influence. The Naru accepted the defectors, who would be known as the Scryers. Their dwelling is on the platform up above. Only those initiated with the Scryers are allowed there. Exactly, Five. One thing I do find interesting, and this is a common thread Warcraft likes to use, which I don't mind because I like this particular plot point. What'll often happen is an evil group will be like, "Mwahaha, we're evil." And then all of the talented, skilled, intelligent, smart, and powerful people will leave that group because they're intelligent and smart and skilled and capable. And so they leave. So they bail, right? And so what's left with the evil group are, you know, the idiots or the dumb or the weak or the lackeys or the people who are willing to toe the line. I don't know, that appeals to me. It always has. It's the same thing right here with the Scryers. Most of the best of the Sun Fury bailed on his ass. The Aldor and the followers of light and forgiveness. Oh my god. The Aldor are followers of the light, and forgiveness and redemption are values they understand. However, they found it hard to forget the deeds of the Blood Elves under Kael'thas' command. Many of the priesthood had been slain by the same magisters who now vowed to serve the Naru. They were not happy to share the city with their former enemies. The Aldor's most holy temple and its surrounding dwellings on the terrace above. As a holy site, only the initiated are welcome inside. The attacks against Shattrath continued, but the city did not fall, as you can see. On the contrary, the Naru known as the Iri led a successful incursion into Shadowmoon Valley to Illidan's very doorstep. There he continues to wage war on Illidan, with the assistance of the Aldor and the Scryers. The two factions have not given up on their old feuds, however. Such is their animosity that they vie for the honor of being sent to assist the Naru there. Each day that decision is made by A'dal. The armies gather here to receive A'dal's blessing before heading to Shadowmoon. Khadgar should be ready to see you again. Remember that to serve the Shattrath, you'll have to ally with the Aldor or the Scryers, and seeking the favor of one group will cause the other's dislike. Or you could be absolutely insane and get both reps like a moron. I would never do that. Ever, ever, ever. Is this it? Yep, there it is. I would never do this. This would be truly insane. Do not ever get exalted with the Scryers and the Aldor. Anyways. It really is a pain. I do not recommend it.
There remains much to be done.
I hope you learned a thing or two about Shattrath, Holywake. It may take some time for things to sink in.
Always happy to help.
So I will, of course, join the Scryers because I'm a Blood Elf and I get a booster there, and frankly, I don't actually care all that much.
Wonder. Be mindful of your duty.
Now that you've chosen a side, you should meet the Scryers' leader. You'll find Voranthar the Seer inside the Seer's library. Okay.
Remain vigilant.
I'll give you that, Huthor. Not being able to fly in Dalaran was honestly pretty stupid. That's a good question, Mister. I don't know. Usual Blood Elfy stuff in here. Also, here's where you train professions. This has got to be the most Bronze Age MMO thing I've ever seen. There's just an object that you interact with, and that just trains you in that particular profession. This is like the kind of thing. This is what a dev would use as a demo, like as a test bed. It's like, okay, we need to make sure the training system works. Okay, plop, 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 plop. There we go. We're good. We're good, everyone. We're cool. Take 5. Yeah, it's pretty much a dev room right there. Anyways. Yeah, I didn't have gold, Huthor, because I bought a flying mount.
Anaria Shola.
A fast
The reckoning
flying mount.
is at hand.
So, then he's like, go get me arcane tombs,
Farewell.
which drop from dungeons and raids, and that's
Keep your
kind of
wits
it.
about
And we're not going to do that, because that's a rep grind thing, and there's no story to that. So, no real purpose. And I'm pretty sure...
Glory to the Sindorai.
Yep. And then there's go kill mobs to get us more. So yeah, you kill mobs, you get rep items, you turn in rep items. That's what all those quests are up there. Server shutdown in 15. Right, it's Tuesday. How long is the reset today?
We
grab
will have
that.
justice.
That's a go-to. Actually, I just got a little bit more accurate with the math. That Overlord.
Anu Belore Delana.
So there's the Sunwell quest.
Ashalanore.
And that's Pilgrim's Bounty. By the way, can I just say Pilgrim's Bounty is like really, really disappointing of an event. Like, because something I've been doing this year because I'm insane is I was like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and just actually start sweeping and getting all the cosmetic stuff from each holiday. So I did that for Brewfest, and I did that for Hollow's End. I'm like, all right, time to do it for Thanksgiving. Oh, I'm done. Oh. Okay. Cool. Done, I suppose. I guess I can't complain, but it's like, that's it? Hang on, I've got weird quests all over the place. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Winter's Veil is getting the revamp this year. I already pick up that quest just so it stops showing up. This should be...
Light be with you.
Yep, that's Ockenden.
Light
We'll actually hold
bless
off
you.
on the rest of that one for now. And this is another Goblin Commoner. I love Goblin Commoners. There's so many Goblin Commoner quests. I'm about ready to pick that up. I already said that.
Krona kai Christor.
Nah, let's skip over that for the moment. Yeah, Headless Horseman, I was honestly not ready for that. I did it as a tank first. I didn't die, because it's me, and I was tanking. But it caught me. I was just like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on there. Hang on there. Okay, so there's another Aukendude one. I'm gonna read these out loud later. Don't worry. I'm just picking up a lot of vector quests because Shattrath has a few of those. Oh, I almost always do all 4 mutators for the Headless Horseman. And this, okay, so that's an actual quest we'll be doing here. What about this one? Because yeah, we got several Arakkoa things to do in Terokkar. Okay, there's another one. So those 2. I'm just kind of organizing right now since the server's about to go down anyways. What about these 2?
Greetings, friend.
Okay.
Dionysaka.
Oh, nice, Ismir Stargrats. There's that, which we don't care about. And then there's that, which we're about to do. Okay, so we'll park over here. Also, hang on. Gotta get the memes in. So first of all, this is Griftah. First of all, his name is Griftah.
What you looking for?
He sells nothing. Although, interestingly enough, a lot of these are used in several of the secrets in this game. Like, for example, the Hula Girl doll is actually part of an engineering thing, just to name one random example. But most of this stuff is crap. Like, for example, adventuring is no excuse for being filthy. Now you can carry yourself wherever you go. Or, with this trusty talisman, no tick belang will ever find you and steal you away to the treetops. It really works. A simple stone grants the wearer the ability to bound over obstacles and cross small gaps. So that's the jump button. Allows you to move through the seas with the greatest of ease. So that's the swim button. This amulet keeps dangerous critters at bay. Its powerful warding magic is broken temporarily if you harm a critter. Focusing one's metabolism, this pendant's power allows you to draw energy from ordinary food and drink, even to heal wounds. When worn, this amulet will guarantee you will win over your heart's desire. This one will make you find rarest items amongst the most mundane of locales. This anchors your spirit to the world, allowing you to come back from the most dreadful of demises once your essence has perished. In other words, all of these are things that just give you gameplay mechanics.
You be careful, man.
That's it. That was the original joke. Eventually that joke would push forward. So here's Granny Smith. Hi, Granny Smith. You know, you need to move your fruit cart, Granny. The fruit's kind of in the... Okay, never mind. Don't worry about it. And over here? Oh, God, where is he? Oh, I was walking right by him. This is Tobias the Filth Gorger. He's called a Filth Gorger. So, thank you, Nightwing, for the sub, as always. That's amazing, Lord Harriman. I'm shocked at that. Shocked that there can actually be quality in vanilla. Oh, I think I even know what you're talking about. Yeah, so this is Tobias the Filth Gorger. It is silent, and it is deadly. Except it's neither. It's very loud.
Sometime.
Okay, so this goes to Shadow Moon. I don't think we're doing Shadow Moon on this character. Let me double check. Shadow Moon. Nope, we're doing Shadow Moon on the Alliance. So we're going to skip that one. Here's where we do Shadow Weave, Spellfire, and Mooncloth. So back in the day, and I actually don't even know if this is still a thing, there used to be specializations amongst crafting. I liked that idea. I liked the idea of being able to say, I want to be a such and such engineer, or I want to be a such and such blacksmith, or I want to be a such and such tailor. That idea had appealed to me, because I like specialization in general, right? I like the idea of trying to spec into something and that being what I'm good at, rather than just being like a generic, I'm a tailor. That's true for specs, that's true for classes, that's true for crafting. I'm pretty sure they walked away from that a while ago, and nowadays they have a whole other system, which I don't even want to get into right now. in Dragonflight. I poked at that briefly. But I liked that idea. The catch is, you notice I keep kind of sounding hesitant in my tone. It's because they didn't really do much with it. They didn't commit to it. A Mooncloth specialist allowed you to make some specific items with Mooncloth, but it was like 3 items, right? And that was it. Or maybe you could go into Spellfire and get to make this one specific set or whatever, and that was it. There was nothing much to it. The biggest advantage was in synergies. You know, a Mooncloth specialist can make Mooncloth gear, which would be good for other crafts who needed Mooncloth, stuff like that. And in engineering, the difference between Goblin and Gnomish engineering was so minute as to be non-existent. Also, Goblin was objectively better because Goblin gave you the capacity to maybe res someone. And I know that sounds pathetic, but having a res on a tank was something I considered invaluable. It is, in fact, the reason I raised engineering on my warrior. So, okay, so that goes to Netherstorm. Wait, no, that's not Netherstorm. It goes to Blade's Edge. Yeah, we'll get back to that. That goes to there, that goes to Auchindoun, that goes to Auchindoun. So, go and grab these. Doom hearkens from the cliffs of Skeksis. My people, the Arakkoa, face a fate shrouded in unspeakable evil. Too often have we abused dark magic for wrongdoing. Through A'dal, I have learned of the light and of redemption. Terokkar watches from the colony... Oh, that threw me, Lord Hermon. Terokkar watches his colonies from Skeksis through orbs enchanted by the black art. Steal these eyes from Vale Resk and Vale Shanor in northern Terokkar. Let me see what Terokkar sees. Let me see through the eyes of Skeksis. Yeah, where's our frickin' playable Arakkoa, Blizzard? Where's my ogres? Where's my Nerubians? I don't care how much work it is. Make it happen. Interestingly enough, these Arakkoa were absolutely inspired by Dark Crystal, and then in Warlords, they made them awesome. I'm sorry, the Arakkoa were awesome in Warlords. I will brook no argument on this point. I love the Spires of Arak. As an outcast, I am marked for death by the Arakkoa loyalty to the city of Skeksis. I cannot leave these walls for fear of my life, but that doesn't mean I cannot strike in retaliation. I have a small cache of treasure I'm willing to part with should you help me strike back at my would-be assassins. Bring me the feathers from the denizens of the Vales of Terokkar as proof of their demise. Dude, Spires of Arak was legit. There's a couple of zones that are kind of in Warlords, like Gorgrond and the Talador. I can never even think of the name of the damn place. And honestly, even Nagrand was pretty But the first 2 zones are amazing, and Spires of Arak is legit. I know, Magister. We're probably going to get the dumb Nerubians as playable, and I don't want to play a dumb Nerubian. They don't even have pheromones. Come on. Is it even a Nerubian if they don't have pheromones? I think we all know the answer to that. You help, Brock? Brock need help. Bloodmaw clan need help. So, this is actually Blade's Edge, so we'll just hold on to that for a second. A lot of vector quests into 3 zones if you're paying attention. 4, excuse me, because I didn't pick up one of them. Of course you didn't like the best zone in Warlords. Why would you, Uthor? Excuse me, the best neutral zone. That just makes perfect sense. Uthor, be honest with me. Be real. Just one second. Why do you hate joy? Is this what this is? Do you just hate good things? Is that what that is? You're like, I hate those good things. Back in the day when people would cattle prod me, when I would walk through the salt mines, going uphill both ways, in order to get to where. No. Okay. You're British, so you might not know this either. Did you ever see a show called Tailspin? It's a Disney show from back in the 90s, early 90s. Ratchet and Clank 2, going Vando. Stellaris. No, I can type. There we go. And Disgaea. Thank you always, Lord Harabon, for your support. So, back in Tailspin, there was a very obvious Soviet Union parody state. I don't even remember what they were called off the top of my head. Sorry, I'm just checking something. Okay. Anyways, that's not the important part. The important part is part of that particular quest. Jesus Christ, Laura. Part of that particular episode has lived rent-free in my head ever since. Because they would feed their workers steam. And so, like, the main character, Baloo, he's like, oh, man, I can't wait to get that. That food smells so good. And he goes, he holds up the bowl, and he just gets a bowl of steam. And he's like, that's it? Anyways, that's you, Huthor. You would go through the salt mines both ways uphill somehow. And then when you get there, you get a nice bowl of steam. And we liked it, by God. We liked the steam. That's all. Yeah. Anyways, the PS2 steam. I'm sorry, I'm kind of meandering a little bit because I don't want to start the next quest arc, which is actually right here. Right here. Until the server reset. So yeah, let's just log out now, I guess. Actually, you know what? Thank you, Wenlock. As always. Moment. About to live with a reset, Spartan. Stranger of Paradise. FF4 comparison block. And FF14 patch trail. The WoW fanfiction. So the WoW fanfiction I read is so unmemorable that I don't remember it. I'm glad you're liking it, Fraglin. Monk is legit. Mostly because it's not Rogue. It sounds like a joke. It really isn't. Rogue can just go straight down. I need to come up with a standardized thing to do whenever there's a patch day like today. I apologize. I really didn't plan for this. I was like, I'm so good because I got up early and I started the laundry and I got all the dishes done and I even ate breakfast this morning. Holy crap! Can you imagine it? I've done all this crap. It's great. Oh yeah, it's a sir. Oh, okay. Actually, funny enough, I'm with you on that, Huthor. I love the Honor and Plans in general. Don't like Dragonblight, but I bet you can guess why I don't like Dragon. Can anyone in chat guess why I don't like Dragonblight? It's a really dumb reason, but it's true. Gross? Nope. Color palette? Nope. Monks? Nope. All the monks are cool. Lighting? Nope. Let's see here. Looks like Classic's going down for maintenance too. I was gonna pop over to Classic for an hour and just be like, there's only one thing to do now. Does it have spiders? Nope. Too many dragons? Nope. Is there such a thing? The music. There it is. There it is. And you've basically heard the entire song already. I'm barely joking. Of course you do, Huthor, because you gotta climb uphill both ways while being whipped the entire time in order to get to the point where they can jab sharp picks into your ears. How can you like this? How is that physically possible? All right, I'm done. We're done. We're good. It's okay. You know what? I know with total certainty I'm going to play a song that you can't stand. Here we go. This is it. Hang on. I have this song locally. Because the only way... Because I know that anything I like, you will hate. That is life. That is the rule of reality. So therefore... I find it. Is this it? No. Where is it? Scryers. I'll take being a Fel Mage, thanks, Drahexia. Dragon Age is not a setting I would want to be a mage in general. This is one of my 4 favorite songs in all of WoW, by the way. No joke. Like, it's the perfect mixture of epic and morose. It does, yeah. And as it happens, I do like the Ice Crown music, but that's not the one I was going for. Exactly, Matter Overlord. I wouldn't recommend watching Lovecraft. He's kind of dead. Or is he? But yeah, no, I love that. But hang on. Now I got to find a song that I know who Thor's going to hate. So give me a second here. Don't I have a bunch of WoW music here now? Let's go with... See, I'd go with a song I know he likes, but unfortunately I know he likes it. Let's see here. You know what? One of the most popular songs in WoW, Huthor probably dislikes. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? I don't know what it's called. Oh, there it is. Yeah, people who've never even played this game tend to recognize this song. They like to play it for trailers and stuff. Interesting. A bot. Good morning, Linerith. Yeah, FF14 maintenance didn't intervene with my streaming schedule. Do you happen to know what it's called, Luthor? I probably have it, but it's sorted by name for me. It's the one with the chanting, isn't it? Shaga, Olga, Ooga. You know, that one. If it is, then I know exactly what you're talking about. This, Blade of All, is usually used for areas that are in the middle of a battle. Usually Night Elven battles. Really distracted if I completely missed a question there. What is my opinion on players getting the good ending or true ending, which are achievable only by getting the bad ending? Not a huge fan. Enforced replay is not something I tend to be in favor of in general. Looking at you, Nier Automata. Yeah, I know it doesn't really work that way. I suppose end statement. I don't have much else to add to that. Yeah, exactly. It's usually just padding. Just let me have the good ending or the bad ending if I earn it. Don't make me do it again. It's even worse when they make you do it again, as in go through the entire game again, as opposed to some games which will let you save at the end and then do it that way. Hang on, so I'm not sure where the song is. We're just going to go through this in order. Give me a second here. Nope, 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 nope. 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 This one. This is the one I was thinking of, Luthor. No, I do not, Trihexia. Oh, that hurts a little bit, Lord Harmon. I actually like both the gnomish and the goblin music they added in Kata, personally. So this is a weird one, because I do consider this to be a good song, but I could see how it gets old. Because it plays for large swaths of the game. And just, it loops, right? Like, literally half of your time in Gorgrond, as well as in a dungeon, will be spent listening to this. Speaking of Just For You, Lord Haremont. Just for you. I like how I play this song and immediately Nervous says, "This is not Gnome!" I mean, this does sound very gnomish, doesn't it? I know, Linear. That's why I thought it was funny. This is not gnome. This part right here. I like this art. I don't think I like any tavern song in all of WoW. But there's only one tavern song I hate. And that's Pandaria's. Still not my least favorite song in the game, though. You know my least favorite song in the game. Because I'm going to give it a negative when we get there. It's probably going to be the only musical negative I give to the entire game. In fact, I might not have it locally. Hang on. that's not it. Hang on. Nope. Nope. I literally might not have it locally. Might have deleted it. Nope. Nope. Yeah, it does play in Fellwood, but... yeah, it looks like I don't have it. Hang on. Thank you for the sub, Tallboy Germ. Always appreciate. And if you'd like to put that towards increasing interest in up to 3 future streams, please let me know. Well, yeah, I mean, how many musics did I give a -4 in FF14? There's just the one. I'm going to admit I gave that negative multiple times. Don't worry, I'll probably give the negative to WoW multiple times, too, because they just keep playing this. What was the other song? Because I don't think I gave a negative for the jazz, much as I hated it. And I hated it. Let's see if I can find this. Nope. How about this one? Oh, this is it. This is it. This is it. The worst song in the game. And now you've heard pretty much the entire song. It plays for huge swaths of the game. And this is it. This is it. This is all it is. That's the whole song. I don't know the name of it. It plays for Fellwood and the Eastern Plaguelands. And it's just... yeah. Don't worry, I will absolutely give negatives, plural, for this song when we get there, because what in God's name were they thinking? You notice the worst part for me? It's not consistent. Have you noticed that? The pacing in between the horns is not a static amount of time. So you can't even prepare for it. It jump scares you almost, because every now and again, it just comes out of nowhere, and you're not ready for it. And it's just every now and again, there it is. And yeah, it's also extremely quiet or extremely loud, and nothing in between. Anyways... see if we're up yet. Not yet. Thought I'd check. It's been 15 minutes, right? Listen, I just want to interview him. I just want to interview him. Just pretend I'm carrying a shotgun. I just want to interview him. So I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. Kick open the door. I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk. It's cool. It's fine. It's fine. I just want to have a chat. Nice, friendly chat. Everything's gonna be fine. Everything's fine. I don't have the soundtrack for War Within yet. Getting WoW soundtracks is actually kind of a pain. In pretty much the exact way that FF14 soundtracks are kind of a pain. I usually end up just kind of ripping the music out myself, and then, that takes time and effort to sort and collate and blah, blah, blah. It's not like, the single-player game where you can just buy a song or buy a soundtrack. No, you gotta be a dick about it. But yes, War Within, I mean, it's WoW. Of course, their music's legit. I actually don't have Dragonfly yet either. I need to fix that at some point. And in fact, I don't think I have Shadowlands. I am correct. The most recent I have is BFA. We all know BFA music is absolutely terrible. Clearly. Unfortunately, I can't find the song I was just looking for. Is this it? Terrible music, clearly. More modern WoW music has more in common with FF14 music than I think either would like to admit to. It's definitely gotten a lot less atmospheric as we've gone on. Something I noticed last night while we were doing the raid of War Within, as we were fighting the last boss of the raid from War Within, what really threw me was the fact that there was a boss song. I made a random comment. No, actually what happened was a friend of mine made a random comment and said, you know, I'm sorry you have to play WoW now after having to play WoW all day. And the other friend who was playing with me said, it's okay. He's going to be playing good WoW now instead of bad WoW. You know what boss songs are in BC? Oh, that's right, there aren't any. Anyways, speaking of how amazing this game is with no bugs whatsoever. Anyone want to see a bug I managed to get on camera? Hang on. Impossible, Masterman. Completely impossible. Alright, so let's just go down here. Because this is the easiest way to showcase this. Okay, you ready? So you may or may not notice anything wrong with this situation here. I wouldn't worry too much. This is the normal operation of how an airship operates. It's everything's fine. As we all know, as demon hunters gain the ability to swim through the air very, very quickly. Actually, it's a little known fact about demon hunters. There's been a couple of interesting bugs this patch. Some of them amusing, some of them aggravating. Oh yeah, I like to moonwalk. That's one of my favorite things to do. It's just kind of... yeah, no problems. No issues. Yeah, I've seen the Druid version of that too. If you're wondering what's happening, it's replaying the mount animation over and over. Because technically it's not acknowledging that I'm mounted, even though obviously I am clearly mounted. So, there's one song I do know you like, Luthorn. It's the only song we both like in the entire game. But it's labeled something weird, because BFA had really weird labels for its music. Let's see if I can find it really quick here. There it is. Yep, classic battle E. This is BFA music right here. BFA has a lot of problems. Music is not one of them. No, BFA will probably score better than it should, for lack of a better way to put that. There's just too much good there. There's just too much good there. And frankly, a lot of us tend to forget that the patches of BFA were actually pretty solid, too. The biggest thing... Oh, my back. The biggest thing that BFA will tank on is MSQ, which will be a common trend for BFA and Shadowlands and Dragonflight. War Within finally broke that. No, exactly, Blade to Fall. Yeah. Like, the main story is just so aggravating and so insulting on several levels. I'm still not up. And I do specifically mean insulting. I'm not actually being facetious there. Luthor liked what they did with the MSQ, which should say all you need to know about how much I hated it. But even I will admit, freely and easily, that BFA also has some really, really good zones design. For example, Vol'dun is fantastic. I love Vol'dun. And then Drustvar. Drustvar was fantastic. I love Drustvar. The Terokkar Sound was okay. And the Stormsong Valley can go directly to hell. I hated that zone. Over on the Horde side, the first zone was good. The Nazmir Swamp was okay, and Vol'dun was fantastic. I know, Lunareth. Like, they barely poked at them in Shadowlands, but it was like a completely side quest kind of a thing. Good afternoon, Crazy Norse. I love it. I'm actually on time today and the server's down. Yeah, no, Nazmir is a giant swamp, and I do like several aspects of Nazmir. I mean, Nazmir did have several Bwansamdi quests, after all. Yeah, there's the Devourers that they never did anything with. Honestly, and I'm just going to say this as bluntly as I can, I hope they just kind of put all of the Shadowlands plot arcs in a box, lock it, and throw away the key. I mean that. I don't want them to follow through on the Jailer story arc, bluntly. Oh yeah, did you know the Jailer story arc didn't actually end definitively? It ended on a to-be-continued bullcrap line. And yes, I'll be giving that negatives when we get there. Thank you for asking. Oh, dude, Fife. So last night I was doing some of the motorcycle chain, the secret chain. We should talk about secrets. That's actually a good thing to talk about. Don't let me forget that. And I was flying across the Terokkar Sound in order to get to Drustvar in order to do part of that quest. And as I was flying, I was just struck by how much better the Terokkar Sound looks than Zangarmarsh, because that's what I had just been doing. I was like straight from Zangarmarsh to the Terokkar Sound. And it's just such a night and day comparison between the two. Oh my god. I mean, that's where I'm at, Lunareth. It's a bad cliffhanger, and I never want them to continue it. Bad writing, Magister. So, secrets. But hang on, Blade asked something. Blindfell says, I felt the expansion was a second attempt to do the sort of thing as Stormblood they did, where they made your character a side character in favor of NPCs. But Stormblood mostly failed, whereas Dawntrail mostly succeeded. Do I think that's a fair assessment? Yes. Why or why not? Honestly, I think it comes down to the moment-to-moment execution. Lise was not necessarily a bad character. I know a lot of people don't like Lise, especially in Stormblood. But the problem wasn't her. The problem was how they decided to implement and execute her. There's a lot of potential for an interesting character there, right? They didn't do anything with it. By contrast, Wook Lamont has an honest-to-goodness character arc, and they actually stretch her a little bit as a character, even though she is a typical shonen protagonist. They actually do stuff with her that makes her more interesting. They didn't do anything with Lise. She never became responsible. She never understood the weight of her position. She never understood the connections she had or how lucky she was or anything they could have done with her whatsoever. Instead, she's just always kind of there. She stays in the same place throughout pretty much all of Stormblood, and that was just aggravating. Stuff like that. Secrets. So this is actually kind of part of the review, but functionally it's not part of the review at all. Sorry. We could argue this. You could argue this down. Oh, absolutely. Kalana actually had a freaking character arc and it was cool. Hien was just better than us in every way. So I don't know if they have a formal term for it other than secrets, but WoW has had this concept called secrets for since Legion, I believe, is when they first started that. The idea behind secrets is they're really, really rare esoteric things that you have to go and look and find and essentially puzzle your way through, right? And it is some very esoteric puzzles. The kind of stuff that an individual probably can't actually solve by themselves because they're not designed to be solved by an individual. The whole point is to encourage community, the kind of thing that you'd see more from, WoW Vanilla, from an MMO. You have to go and find a thing and try to figure out where it can interact with and how it can interact with. And yeah, literally a step. You may or may not have noticed my main character had the title Detective on. You probably didn't even notice or process that. But the reason why was because that's how you get one of the NPCs in the current secret chain to talk to you, is because you have the detective thing on. Yeah, it makes you engage with the world with a whole different way. And there are multiple discords and, of course, threads on Reddit and threads on Wowhead of people who are all trying to figure out how to unlock and how to figure this stuff out. No, I have not, Huthor. Now, these, like I said, these have been around since Legion. Back in Legion, we had the Mount. Actually, I think Mounts, excuse me. And there are a couple of other those. But what I love most about the secrets is, A, they are some really funny and interesting puzzles, but also, B, they really do encourage that community thing that, frankly, most of retail doesn't. The only real way to solve these secrets is to have a bunch of people going and trying stuff. For example, the current secret, which we actually haven't solved yet as of this moment in time, was we're trying to get this stupid motorcycle. And a lot of people are stuck at this step of trying to get a golden muffin. Those of you keeping up with this probably are aware of what I'm talking about, but for those of you not, don't worry about it. But it's like, where the hell... What does the muffin mean? That's hysterical. Yeah, so we're trying to figure out what the hell this stupid muffin was. We got this thing where we could go into the crypt room, and we can see the astral soup. We get the thing. We loot the chest. We get the goggles. Cool. With the goggles, we go and we enter the decryption consoles, and those give us the sequences. And we go and punch in the sequences, and then we get all of the pieces of hate. But then we're like, okay, well, now what? Well, there was another random piece of intel that was like, hey, there's someone over at Booty Bay or something like that. I forget this specifically. It was like at the bay of Rear's End or something like that. So we went to Booty Bay and we found this vendor who was like, hey, for 9 pieces of hate and a golden muffin, I'll give you this item. And everyone's like, what the hell's the golden muffin? Now, the thing that kind of works well about this, other than the community encouragement thing I mentioned, is all this stuff can be data mined, but direct connecting strings cannot. What I mean by that is, as soon as the golden muffin was added to the data files, we knew what it was, but not who sold it, or for what, or what was required to access that NPC. So we know that the golden muffin exists. What we do not know is where to get it. So, okay, how do we get the golden muffin? And we have since figured out how to get the golden muffin. Because the golden muffin, for you curious, for those of you wondering, this is the kind of stuff. The golden muffin requires going to the Timeless Isles, going into a specific cave to get a buff, which allows you to interact with another person in a buff. Once you're in there, he has a specific pet battle, but he'll only do a pet battle with you if you have secret pets. So you need certain types of pets. Now, lots of pets qualify. Players are still doing testing to figure out which pets qualify. The recommended pets right now are Spiragos, Nelthara, and Wickerpup, 2 of which are from Dragonflight and 1 of which is from BFA. That's the one I was doing last night. So you get the secret pets, you fight him in the butt, and he's like, ugh. He gives you a quest chain, the quest chain finishes, and then you get the golden muffin. You use the golden muffin and the 9 pieces of hate to buy the Relic of Crystal Connections. This is a gargantuan quest chain, by the way. I am barely scraping the surface here. But to really sell you on this, and by sell you, I mean make you never want to do this ever, ever, ever. Still down. So it's kind of a weird example, Blade 12, because I feel like you're not listening to me, and that's okay. I know you're at work, and you'd rather die and scrape your gums with a cheese grater than listen to me. So, to repeat myself, these quests are designed to be done in bulk. What I mean by that is the best and most reliable way that we have figured out to doing this, and this is designed this way, is that you throw players at the problem. Dozens and hundreds of players have different ideas for how to solve these, and they each spread out into the world trying to find those solutions. And if anybody returns a positive result, they share it with the group. And then they're like, oh, well, that means this. And it turns into another thing, right? It's very much a community effort type of thing. I should mention one of the other things I really like about this, which I keep trying to talk about, is that it really encourages you knowing and doing old content. It's one of the only bits of all of WoW that actually encourages you to go back and do the older stuff. Remember we were talking about this yesterday and how this is a huge flaw of WoW's? This is one of the only asterisks to that. Is that good design? Yes, absolutely, 100%. Because here's the deal. A lot of this stuff is very esoteric, but when I say esoteric, what I mean is, I'm not going to come up with a specific example because I'm not smart enough to do that, but here's a puzzle for FF14, because you know FF14. It can mean one of these 5 different zones. So what you do is you have players go out to these 5 different zones and try to figure out which one it actually means. Once you find the actual one, it's like, ah, it's this one, boom, and then you figure it out, and then you go and do your thing. Like I'm explaining this badly, clearly, but it is designed to be to not be stumbled upon, I think is the way I want to phrase that. Obviously, there has been some brute forcing, because people are people, but for the most part, most of these stuffs are clues. You know, you actually have to think, okay, well, hang on. Where does this such and such thing? Okay. Maybe it's this zone. It could apply to this zone. It can also apply to this zone, and all 3 of these are in different expansions. So let's think about this. Yeah, no, exactly, Huthor. That is exactly where I'm going with that. But for the purposes of review, I'm probably going to qualify that as an event and not actually consider it for the review. So I just wanted to talk about it here because it is something that is worthy of talking about. And of course, if you don't care, you just follow the walkthrough after people have all figured it all out. I want to find a specific puzzle that amused me, though, because there's one thing that really gets across this idea. So give me a second to see if I can find this. I probably won't be able to. Oh yeah, it's all completely for cosmetic stuff because of course it is. Most of these are mounts, for example, and I have a couple of these. I do not have the big 5-person cedar mount, and I never will, because it is extremely badly designed. That I'm pissed about. To this day. Yeah, there actually are quite a few solo puzzles in the game. That started in Pandaria. Because this is an MMO, Blade of All. MMOs are a different animal and always have been and always will be. And if an MMO goes out of its way to encourage community interaction to solve something, then that's better than a single-player game encouraging you to go to GameFAQs. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, I got nothing else. I have failed. Where is... Here we go. So, the very, very first hint, the very first puzzle we had, is there was... you could get a peculiar key. And if you look at the peculiar key, it says it has a socket for something, some kind of gem. Oh, I should also mention, all of these have indicators that it's part of a secret. Literally, if you mouse over an item, it'll actually say Secrets of Azeroth on the item. That's true for abilities and buffs and stuff like that. So there's always some kind of indicator that something you get is part of a secret chain. Make sense? So what some people will do is they'll just be roaming the world doing stuff, and if they happen to find something that's a secret, they're like, whoop! And report it to the group. Anyways, that happened a few times in Dragonflight. So, while we were doing the 3rd group, group walls aren't designed, Blade of All, generally speaking. This, I can tell I'm explaining this badly because you're still not getting it. I'm so sorry, I'm so stupid. Let me try this again. Let me use an analogy. If I design a machine that has very careful mechanisms and very careful design to it, with lots of different moving pieces so that each person has to be using a different part of the machine in a different way at a different time, that I have put a lot of time and work and effort into designing this machine to encourage you to do it as a group. You don't actually have to do it as a group, by the way. It's just encouraging. A group wall is, okay, 4 people grab a lever, otherwise the machine won't work. And that's a group wall. Yeah, actually, that's a great comparison. Do you know what escape rooms are, Blake Javal? Because that is this, in a nutshell. That's the whole secret concept. You can do an escape room by yourself. I actually know people who've done that. They don't find it as enjoyable. But yeah, obviously, escape rooms are designed to be done in a group. So, to finish my sentence, so we got this key. Okay, and while we were doing a quest for the anniversary event, which was the 3rd of the guest relation events, we went to the Borean Tundra. While we were there, there was a mob called a distracting wisp, which was floating over the lake. Now, those mobs are new. So anyone paying attention who played Wrath was like, hang on a second, I was actually one of those people. I noticed the mobs. Now, I'm going to be honest, I didn't realize it was part of the secrets, but I was like, what are those? I even called it out to PAX at the time. So we looked. People looked at the mobs and the distracting wisps and were like, all right, what's the pattern? What's going on with them? Well, if you look at them for a minute, you'll see that they do form a very specific pattern. In fact, they actually form a pattern that is specific to a constellation in real life. It's like, okay. And it's specifically the crater constellation in real life. So, if you then fish in this lake, you will get the old chain link, the gnome effigy, and the rusted engineering parts. So there's your 4 clues. Crater, old chain link, a gnome effigy, and rusted engineering parts. So there's your puzzle. Where do you go and how do you progress with that? Congrats, Lord Hermon. That is unironically impressive. Yeah, exactly, Uthor. It was actually doubly funny. Anyways, so I'll go ahead and give this away because most of you probably haven't played Vanilla. But back in Vanilla, in the Ungoro Crater, there was a gnome whose name was Link. He was a reference to Legend of Zelda. And he had a couple of quests, including the engineering parts in question. So once you go into that exact specific spot, you would find him, so the spot where he used to be, and use the torch. Lo and behold, there was a chest there, and that chest contained the key. Aha! And that's where the whole chain started. So there's a specific and direct example of how exactly these secrets work, and how they're designed. Now the gem, that was a little bit different. That's when you had to do the detective title thing. Is it up yet? Is anything up yet? No. It's taking a little longer than I thought it would, honestly. Time. Well, that, of course, is why there's the walkthrough that you can just follow later. If you care, of course. Yeah, if you talk to her, she was actually called, well, I shouldn't say what she's called because it's actually a spoiler, but if you talk to her, she would say, I need to speak to a detective. I think I've witnessed a crime or something like that. And lo and behold, part of the quest chain in the anniversary event is getting the detective title. So we talked to her and she's like, aha, I think I witnessed a crime. Here, let me tell you all about it. And then she'd give you a quest. God, the non-linear maze. The maze was interesting because it couldn't be mapped out with normal logic. But if you did a weird thing, and there were add-ons to help with this, I just did it on paper, you could actually map your way through the Lucid Nightmare. Yeah, you know how there's super optional raid bosses? Secrets are the super optional exploration content. And I mean that pretty much linearly. It's the stuff that's the no really for people who just like roaming and exploring. And as I mentioned, explorative content has been in the games, well, arguably since Vanilla, but really since Pandaria. Pandaria had a whole system and mechanism of secrets in it, and Warlords took that and moved forward with it. Yeah, you can look all this stuff up on Wowhead or MMO Champ or whatever you want to. Most of those guides are in progress for the current stuff, because we're still currently solving the current secret. But all the previous secrets are all up there. There's all walkthroughs for them and everything. Some of them are very involved, by the way, I should warn you. So I mentioned we're not getting the 5-seater mount. There's actually a couple of reasons for that. First of all, the 5-seater mount quest chain is absolutely bonkers. It is probably the worst secret chain I've seen. It's insane. Actually, yeah, Blade Jamal, that's a good way to put that. The second thing wrong with the blooper one is that it actually requires 5 people, a full 5-person. It has a group wall. It has a straight up group wall. You have to have a group of 5 players to progress through the quest chain. The final thing that sucks about that mount is you can only mount with the people who did the quest with you when you got it in the 5-seater, which totally defeats the point of the damn thing. Right? Like, I want a 5-seater mount, not a 5-seater mount that has reserved seats. I probably would have figured out a way and dragged and asked some viewers to help me get the damn thing in order to actually have it, if not for that restriction. I cannot believe they haven't gone back and gotten rid of that yet. It's also the only thing that has more than 3 seats in the game, by the way. Which is why I wanted it. It's a flying mount with that, which is a 5-seater. Of course I wanted that. Fun fact, to my knowledge, we don't have a flying 3-seater to this very day. Let me double check this here. So we've got all the mammoths. Those are 2-seaters. Heart of Nightwing. Mechana Hog is 2. That's 2. Those are all ground. That has a 3, but that's ground. That's a 2 flyer. That's a 2 ground. That's a 2 ground. That's a 2 flyer. So yeah, there's only the 3 2-seated flyers, and I have 2 of those. And I'll never get the other one because that's a recruiter friend. Why do I need multi-seater mounts? That's an interesting question. It's the same reason I like having multi-seater mounts over an FF14. If you remember, I actually bought those. Specifically because it's a great way to carry someone else somewhere. Maybe they don't have the ether currents. Maybe they just want to chill and relax while you take them to the next quest. Maybe it's an easier way to group together. I will tell you one thing. My friend Pax, like as standard policy, will simply hop on board and I just fly him to the next destination. Among other things, it's quicker. Why is the Hyperion my chosen ship? Well, reason number 1, it looks like that. Reason number 2, it looks like that. But reason number 3, that is a flying factory in space that also happens to be a death machine. That is the truest definition of what a dreadnought should probably actually look like. So I can live on it. It's a capital ship that I could use to survive and exist, and I could build an army inside of it. Yes, please. Also, it looks like that. All right. Getting antsy. Where the hell are my realms? This is a long reboot. I know. I've worked in networking. I know how many things can go wrong with simple maintenance. I was the maintenance guy for a long time because I was the overnight guy back in the NOC. So maintenance was my job. Because no one else is awake at 3 in the morning, right? Yeah, I'd get calls. My server's down. Yeah, we're doing maintenance. When will it be done? Just a few minutes. Okay, well, hurry up. What is time-worn damage in context? Damn it, Sakage. I knew it. I always knew it. I don't see a sub, though. Yeah, we sent you an email telling you the exact schedule time, because all those maintenances are scheduled, right? Usually like a month in advance. Especially since they're usually regular maintenance. Like, to use this exact example, I knew there was going to be a maintenance today. Oh. 2 servers have come back up. Whoa. Thank you, Sakage. So on Seasons of Discovery, They have something called time-worn damage. I don't know what that means. But thank you, Sakane, as always. Good lord. If it ever comes back up! Yeah, I'm weird. Seasons of Discovery are the only classic that appeals to me. I know. I'm strange. I accept that. Oh. By the way, Wolf at the Gates, another great song from Warlords, of all things. Well, we haven't full tilted into Seasons of Discovery yet because we're still finishing with retail. Hey! We're actually pretty close to finishing the launch content for War Within to our satisfaction, though. There's a few delve stuff we still want to do, and there's like one quest chain we haven't done, and all the rest is just rep stuff. Woo! We're in! Now, I'm not going to jump right into it. I'm going to give it a few seconds to then come right back down. Because I played this game and I know how this works. I'm just going to wait. Wait very patiently. Oh, excuse me. Spadewitch, can I just quietly complain that Zekvir is way too overtuned? Can I complain about that real quick? Zekvir is way overtuned. Okay, we're done. We're done. Seriously, we would have had him at least 5 separate times, if not for the frickin' ad and his goddamn stun. Hate that crap. I know he's overtuned intentionally, but it irritates me because we're probably not going to be able to bring him down, and he's a seasonal boss. And we're gear capped. We're never getting any better gear until the next season. There's no possible way to get better gear. We would have to actually start doing mythics, and we're not doing that. We're already at 603. So, that's it. We're stuck. We're probably never going to be able to manage Zekvir at this point. To explain the fight briefly, since I'm going to give it a few seconds. So, the Zekvir fight, right? So, he's a big boss, and he's like, "Roar, I'm a boss. Roar, I'm a boss. Mortal." And then you're over here. So, Zekvir cycles through some basic attacks. He's got a big cone attack, which is pretty easy to dodge, but if it hits you, you're probably dead. Then he has a dot he will do, and it's a cast time, so you can interrupt it. If it hits you, no, it does not, Master. If it hits you, then it's a fairly lengthy dot that will be irritating and frustrating to live through. Then he's got an ability where he has this giant-ass AoE fear. It's like pretty much this entire screen right here. It's a huge AoE for a fear. If you get hit by the fear, you're probably dead. But all the things I just mentioned, you can survive if you screw up. It's not completely binary difficulty. Until we get to the ad. So what he does is he spawns an ad right over there. And the ad's like, "Hi, I'm an ad." And it starts as an egg. And the egg has way too much health. And if you don't destroy the egg before the ad pops out of it, the ad pops out and goes, "Hi, I'm here to wipe you." And then the ad just targets people and starts channeling a stun. And then he stuns you. And then he starts channeling a stun. And then he stuns you. And then you die. Because there's a guy who has a ranged stun. That's it. That's the problem. That ad. Now you can interrupt the stun. But we only have so many interrupts, and we're already using some of those on the main boss. And if you miss an interrupt on the stun, or if you don't kill him quickly enough, well, if you remember, the big guy, he does a cone attack, which is easy to dodge, but not if you're stunned. He has something you have to interrupt, which you can't interrupt if you're interrupting the stuns. And he's got a giant AoE fear, which you can't get out of if you're stunned. So, that fight sucks. We got really close. I was really proud of how far we managed, but we only got him down to about 30%. And I decided to call it after a bit, because we were not getting anywhere with it. We just could not deal with the goddamn ads. They have way too much health, too. The ads have a bajillion health, so they take forever to burn down. To give you a bit of perspective, we couldn't kill ads faster than they were spawning. I am 11, 12, 11, and 13 at the moment. This is just from idle doing stuff. Like doing quests and doing all the main quests and doing all the quests. So I haven't actually started grinding anything yet. Apparently we go up to 25 this time around. There is an achievement for killing Zekvir. Sure. I hate War Within, Czar. But for real, do you mind repeating it? Because I completely missed it. Let's see. Is it here? Gotta be under here, then. No, where's Delves? Up there, they got their own category. Here we go. I swear there's an achievement for it. Maybe there isn't. I don't know. Oh, we have a quest for it. It's this one. Or not this one. Sorry. It's this one right here. Go kill Zekvir. It also gives us a toy if we got it. My brawn is pretty low. He's only like 20, I think. Oh, I guess I can check here.
We are the Titan's bedrock and foundation.
Yep, he is level 20. I also only have 1 of 4 relics, and I have never been able to get better relics, and I don't actually know. Is Zekvir? We just trying to flip wrong button. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. They're somewhere. Or maybe it doesn't even show up until I have it. One of the two. Either way, point being, I haven't killed Zekvir because I suck. I've actually been debating attempting it once by myself instead of in the group, because I know group scaling is not great right now in Delves, and essentially never has been. But yes, bronze stays even if you're duoing. That's why my friend's brawn is the one we've been using. His brawn is level 25. Okay, so, looks like the servers are actually up. Woo! So.
What brings you here? May the eternal
Why is my audio weird? Turn it down a little bit for this zone. Down too. Well, that is nothing about War Within or me disliking War Within, Czar, but I'll happily answer your question. That is pretty crazy, Yura, I have to admit. So, I don't remember a moment like that, Czar. Unless you're talking about the end of Kata. Whoop, hello. Excuse me there. Rude. Trying to talk here. Well, Terokkar has the same problem Gorgon does. We actually talked about that earlier when discussing Warlords. Terokkar is 2 zones, and they have nothing to do with each other, and it shows. Terokkar is the forest, which is this microzone. And then it's this, which is Auchindoun. Oh, the end of the Mirajil raid? God, I don't even remember that cutscene. I really don't. I mean, I'm sorry. Fireface, because that's his name from now on, is not what I would call a compelling villain. I like several things that the Dragonflight patches did, but Fireface and his arc of being the bad guy who wants to destroy the world was really, really boring. You know what I liked about the patches of Dragonflight? The blue chain. That was an awesome chain. Of course you did, Huthor. I'm pretty sure at this point if I say, man, I sure like water, Huthor's going to be like, oh, I hate that water. I'm just biased against World Destroyer. I'm sorry, I'm going to say this bluntly. Fyrakk was a poor man's Deathwing. And it's not like Deathwing was that compelling either.
That's
better.
Expecting you.
Something strange has changed the Terramoths of the thicket. Where once there was a diversity of life, now only Terramoths remain. And while they were at peace, now they are agitated and will not hesitate to attack you should you get close. I need to compare the vicious ones to the normal. Collect for me a number of samples from both, and you'll find the unaffected Terramoths both to the south and the north. I'm certain that is related to whatever killed all the druids.
Go in peace.
I've no idea what killed the druids here. I've been away for a couple of days on a survey of the bone wastes. Please, you must help me uncover what is behind this horrible tragedy. Go into the thicket, look for a clue that might reveal something to us. When I was in there briefly, I could have sworn I saw a dead broken and a strange object, but don't worry about Treelos. He might have been driven insane, but he's mostly harmless.
Ancestors watch over you.
Yeah, you know what? I could describe Fyrakk's character in one word. Not even a full sentence. Angry. What's he angry about? I have no idea. To this day, I couldn't tell you what Fyrakk's actual motivation was, other than the fact that he's pissed. And you're probably thinking, oh, so like he's got a hard-on for Red Thing. That sounds like Needhog. Well, yeah, but Needhog actually made sense and was well written. Fyrakk is angry, but he's not written like he's angry. That's just his motivation. And if that sounds confusing, then congratulations. You're paying attention. Like, imagine if Emperor Palpatine's primary and sole character trait was that he was constantly in a state of unutterable rage, but he never changes acting like Palpatine. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but I'm just trying to make the point overall. It's like, Arr! Yes, Anakin, I am filled with eternal rage towards the Jedi. And with this, I will use my hateful power to... And you're like, what? I mean, I guess that's true. I can't really argue that, Lord Haremont. But he's just so boring. Don't worry. I'll give plenty of negatives to Fyrakk when we get there. It's okay. Fyrakk is better than Rysageth. Well, part of it's because the FCA recently won a really big legal battle against the Games Preservation Society, which has really opened the door for gaming publishers to be much, much, much worse about things. That's not a joke. We're already seeing the effects of that. Quick! Hide! The eyes of Naftalar are upon you! Upon us all! I dare not go to the top of the tower to speak with it, but you! You look as if you might know the right words to say. Just be careful, it doesn't like jokes and it won't suffer fools. If you can, convince it to come down for tea, but by all means, get it to stop staring at me! I mean, he is Matt Mercer, and Matt Mercer is awesome. I will give Fyrakk that. But yes, the real villain is Iridikron. You might or may not be surprised that I really like Iridikron, especially since we still don't actually know what he's up to. That is a dangling thread, which I have faith they will continue on. Iridikron is also not above playing with other groups in order to get what he wants to have happen. We'll talk about that when we get there, too. I mean, that is effectively what Fyrak is. It's this big, dumb distraction. But the problem is he's just not engaging for me, and Fyrak is a world-ending threat, and you know my opinion about that at this point. I'm going to use this to burn the entire planet. Uh-huh. No, really, I'm a threat. Uh-huh. I'm going to destroy the whole world. Uh-huh. Like, are you done? I actually would have preferred Fyrak if he was only a threat to Amir Drasil. I mean, only. That is obviously still a big deal, but that's my point, isn't it? Doesn't have to be a world-ending threat, Blizzard. Stop being Hollywood. Hollywood is not something to be emulated. You know, we probably could if we were coordinated enough about it, Chival. Especially in FF14. Oh, God. Anyways, Fyrak sucks. Iridikron's cool. What's-Her-Face is cool. Razagath is awesome. Wait, awful. Sorry, the opposite of awesome. Screwing up my things there. WoW tries very hard to be a cheap Marvel movie, and it sucks every time it tries it. No, they talk several times, if you pay attention to the quests, which I don't blame you if you don't, they talk several times about how this is going to cause a flame that will cross all of Azeroth, and the whole of the world will burn under his fury and his fire, and he will destroy everything, and some milk. Soup, and what? Oh, okay, Fyrak's dead. Cool. I will give Fyrak one thing. He's a fun fight. He's not the best fight in his raid, but he's still at least a fun fight, and that's kind of important for your raid bosses. I should start a counter for every time we talk about an expansion ahead of where we currently are. Although I'm not sure the counter goes that high. So anyways, you notice there's a lot of dead druids here. Also, while we're here, there's this debuff. It's called Strange Aura, and it reduces all of your stats by 5%. Exactly, Blake. It's like, ah! Can't get away from it. Should be part of the bingo. Get stuck talking about something ahead of where we are. You and your silence. Oh my god, I'm a caster doing a quest where a bunch of mobs silence. Good as if we just finished the sample. So what is this? There's a broken here. The corpse of one of the broken lies here. Mysteriously, the cause of its death does not appear with one of the moths. It does, however, have a strange object. Huh. I want you all to do me a favor and memorize this object's appearance in your head, because this is going to be relevant quite a while from now, actually. But this will come back. The strange object appears to be some sort of engineered device, nothing like anything you've ever seen before. Judging by its appearance, you'd say, whatever it is, it's already been used. And judging by the layout of the corpses, you'd have to guess that whatever it was used to deadly effect. It's for the best, really, if it cannot civilly accept an invitation. There's no business attending. He suddenly looks momentarily confused. Who are you? What are you doing here? You have to get out of here before it's too late. Sorry, dude. See, he was driven completely insane by whatever happened here, and most of the people were just straight up killed. I mean, that's... I guess that actually is possible. And we did kill the other... we have actually killed 2 Elemental Lords of Fire now. Including one that we instated as the head of the Elemental Lords of... Anyways. Yeah, I will go ahead and admit, as much as it mildly irritates me that we keep skipping ahead in discussion, it doesn't bother me that much, because what is there to talk about in BC? Everything just takes so much longer on the older expansions. That's why the density is so crap. So, let's recap, because you probably weren't paying attention for the last 10 minutes while I was doing 2 quests. So, Bunch of dead druids. All the druids are glowing with this faint blue glow. While in here, there is a strange aura that lowers all our stats, and the only survivor was driven completely insane simply by being there.
Peace, friend.
So I was right. There was the corpse of one of the broken. Can you confirm there was a strange object? It doesn't make sense. What would a broken be doing? What is it they had to do with them? What does it cause that all this death? Why did you just gain a level? This is so strange. Yeah, I've heard several people say BC doesn't have a story. I'm going to disagree with that. The problem is BC's story is so spread out that I know people who have never been able to really parse it just because... I'm trying to think of a way to say this that doesn't sound mean or condescending. They don't have the ability to pay attention across that long of a period of time. I think that's how I'm going to phrase that. And I don't mean that as a dig. Really. Like, there's a difference between, you know, I need a new story beat every 0.35 seconds, and I'm getting a new story beat every 10 minutes. Like the way I like to describe this is, imagine you're reading a book, right? Oh, yeah, that's its own problem. I don't even want to get into that. So, like, you're reading a book, and it's like, all right, imagine you read a sentence, and then you have to just fold the book and put it down for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then you can read the next sentence of the book. It doesn't matter how engaging the book is, at some point or another, it's just going to lose you. Now, in a video game, obviously you want gameplay and story to kind of dovetail in and out of each other, like that's part of pacing. But the specifics of how much time spent gaming versus how much time spent storying, that's a mix, right? That's a balance. You need to find a good in-between. This is actually one of the biggest reasons why WoW leans so heavily into in-gameplay cutscenes. So let's talk about the types of cutscenes while we're doing this here. So you've got pre-rendered cutscenes, you've got in-engine cutscenes, and you've got in-gameplay cutscenes. If you think about it, most games have some extent of this or another. For example, Final Fantasy IX has pre-rendered cutscenes whenever a video file plays and you see all the CGI stuff. Easy to define, right? Pre-rendered stuff is exactly what it sounds like. It's a video file playing. Then you have your in-engine cutscenes. This is also easy to explain. I'll use FF9 as an example of this again. Anytime you see the players and the characters sitting around and talking with each other, that's an in-engine cutscene. Most of the old RPGs were like 99% in-engine cutscenes, right? They didn't start doing the pre-rendered stuff until FF7, for a bit of perspective. So that all makes sense. But then there's in-gameplay cutscenes. Those are actually kind of rare. In-gameplay cutscene is when you're actively currently engaged in the gameplay and some part of the cutscene is playing. WoW kind of drifted into this idea pretty early on. I've actually already shown some in-gameplay cutscenes in this very expansion, and we're as early as BC. But they'll really start leaning into this later because the idea is they want to try and have story happening while you're running around doing the quests. Now, whether that succeeds or not is debatable, and it depends on your individual perspective and the specific execution of the cutscene in question. But in later stuff, you'll see a not uncommon thing is imagine as I'm running around killing these mods right now, you know, Thrall happens to be with me, and he's like, we need to go do this. And someone else might show up, he's like, hey, there's this other thing going on, and then it's like some event might be happening off to the side. So there's elements of the cutscene playing while we, the player, are actually doing the quest. That's your in-gameplay cutscenes. And like I said, WoW leans on those very heavily. I would say BFA is probably when they really, really started leaning into that as the primary vehicle of storytelling. Which is funny, because BFA also has one of the densest amounts of pre-rendered cutscenes in the game. Oh, there's a resto druid here. Have prod. I should probably prod myself, too. And so, anyways, now, I'm not saying any of those approaches to cutscene design are better, worse, or in between. I will say, personally, pre-rendered is my least favorite of those. Which I suppose is weird, because from my understanding, most people prefer the pre-rendereds. But that's because the pre-rendereds are the most bespoke. They're the biggest, they're the flashiest, but they're also the rarest. In BC, there is exactly one pre-rendered cutscene in the entire game. You've already seen it. It's the opening cinematic. In Wrath, there is one pre-rendered cinematic in the entire game, the opening cinematic. In Kata, there is one you get where I'm going with this. It's very, very commonly the most rare by far because it takes an absolutely onerous amount of time in order to do a pre-rendered. Those kind of things are very, very, very time-consuming and expensive. It's one of the reasons why Old Soldier was so crazy when we got to BFA. But that's part of why I don't like them. They are so expensive and they are so costly and so time-consuming to make that you just can't have the density of them that, honestly, they really need to have. Having said that, Blizzard is still some of the best in the business when it comes to that, and the aforementioned Old Soldier conveys an insane amount of information in a very, very short period of time. Whoop, hello. A good example of this is, and I'll say this without context, there's a line where so a character is looking out over a battlefield, and there's enemy troops lining up for a siege. And so someone comes up and says, "How many are there?" And the guy watching the enemies out there says, "Too many." And there's so much that line means, and they convey this brilliantly, and in the space of like a second. That's the kind of density that those cutscenes have. That's absolutely insane. No, yeah, Old Soldier is going to be a bonkers amount of positives. It might actually break some records when it comes to positives for individual cutscenes. But anyway, sorry, getting back on track. But that's your pre-rendered. You can do a lot with them, but so in engine is also very common. In engine, obviously, like the overwhelming majority of the Final Fantasies do that, including FF14. The ridiculous majority of FF14 cutscenes are in engine. Makes sense. In engine is the easiest thing to manipulate. You already have all the tools as a developer to make a person say, "Laugh," and then turn to the left, and then jump. You know, all of that stuff is long since existing, and you have that's why so many people make fun of FF14, and because that's just an emote, right? You just send a command to do an emote, and it doesn't matter what your character is or what they look like. You always see your character doing that emote because there's a standardization and approach. It's the BioWare cutscene, right? Nothing wrong with that. No judgment. It's just there's a reason that's so common. But I tend to really appreciate the in-gameplay cutscenes because they're the easiest to screw up of all three. Bugs will completely screw with in-gameplay cutscenes. But in my opinion, when they pull it off, they tend to be the most satisfying. I like, for lack of a better way to put it, having control of my own camera while the cutscene is playing. I like being able to see what's going on and then be able to rotate to get a better angle. I like being able to walk up and see these two people talking to each other. I like when this person's doing this other thing and I just kind of move over here and see what's going on over here. I like actually fighting something while the cutscene is playing in the background. That's appealing to me. And I think at least part of that's just because I've always liked interactive stuff, even when I was a child. You know, I was not a sit at home and watch TV kid. I was a go out and play in the woods kind of a kid, you know, or play video games.
Greetings, traveler.
The samples from the vicious Terramoths are infused with what feels like mana. It would seem like whatever caused the death also left behind a strong field of residual energy, but for some reason the Terramoths were not killed by it. Instead, they have been driven into an agitated state. It seems apparent this strange energy is the byproduct of whatever attacked the thicket.
We shall...
I don't know what to make of all this, but I know we can find more clues. Impor is a broken merchant. He traffics in all kinds of goods and information. Persuade him to talk. I'm sure that he might have something interesting to say. He travels the road between Turam and Shattrath. Watch out, though. He has a bodyguard. Translation. You're going to have to beat the crap out of him. I'm going to go and switch over to Shadow really quick. Yeah, no, the downside of the in-gameplay cutscene is it sort of relies on you, the player, to keep up with the cutscene. And that is a downside, to be clear. I do acknowledge that. Like I said, I was just giving my own personal preference on the matter. From a production perspective, it makes sense that the most cutscenes you would do would be in engine. They're the cheapest, they're the easiest. Let's do that one. And they're also the ones that... There we go. And they're also the ones that, honestly, tend to be the most compromised, I think is the word I want to go with that. They're not going to be at the level of the truly bespoke pre-rendered stuff, because that's just insanity. But there's a decent chance you'll be able to grab the player's camera, the player's attention, and say, hey, look at this from this direction, in this order, from this camera angle, yada, yada, yada. Let's go ahead and grab... I actually don't really want anything else at this point. I'll grab that just because, and I'll grab that just because, and then we'll just move on. Okay. In an ideal world, and Lunareth mentioned this earlier, it would be nice if we could have essentially lots and lots and lots of the pre-rendered stuff. And then, like, while you're doing stuff, while you already have gameplay engaged, that's when you have your in-gameplay cutscenes. I mean, being honest... Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. This is interesting. Let's pop this button, and this button. Let's just pull all the stuff here. There. Okay. Now to deal with you. The first in-engine cutscene we will see will be during Wrath. It'll be the... Everyone listed as the best cutscene in the game. They're high. It's actually really, really crude by modern standards. But it was the first, and it was memorable. And that is the Wrath Gate. Those of you know what that means. For those of you who don't worry about it.
Must not.
Fine, I'll tell you what I know, but it's not much. I was asked to pick up and deliver some boxes of goods from an ethereal in Shattrath. Last I saw, he was standing outside the World's End Tavern. Wind Trader Lithrall. That's all I know.
Peacefully.
What's going on here? What's the lore behind the Fell Reaver? There is some, but the long and the short of it is, it's a really big, giant siege weapon that's fueled by lives, as most fell things are. Yes, how may I help you today, Blood Elf? This is our first real interaction with an ethereal, by the way. We'll talk about their lore later. All you need to know right now is those bandages are kind of the way that they keep themselves bound to the material plane, because they are so consumed by void that they don't really have bodies in the strictest sense anymore. Moving on. A box, you say? Or was it several? Do you know what the material was constructed from? What's the name of the merchant? Are you sure he's one of the broken? I don't do much business with their kind. Maybe my memory would be jogged if you would do me a favor. The Scythian Arakkoa, primitive casters that they are, recently store a huge shipment of my more exotic goods and I want it back. Okay. Well, it's also interesting because War Within in particular started doing a little trick. It's actually a really clever trick. So, War Within obviously uses in-engine cutscenes because you can actually see your player model there. But what's really weird is they will, in between shots, change the models of some of the other characters to much higher resolution versions of those models. The most obvious is on the main human character by a huge margin. It's really obvious, especially if you have a trained eye like Evo does, to see the difference in the model quality. Come on. Sorry. And yeah, that's true, Blatol. I've noticed that. FF14 has started dipping into the in-gameplay concept as well. Yeah, FF7, to my knowledge, the first Final Fantasy game to have in-gameplay cutscenes is actually Final Fantasy IV. No joke. You Spoony Bard is an in-gameplay cutscene. To use an example of that. That's an interesting question, Adam Ciuta. So I think you can access Old Soldier in the game. Don't actually quote me on that. Oh, gotcha, Blade Roll. Well, yeah, that was done in the pre-rendered thing in FF7. What I'm talking about is a little bit trickier than that. Because what they're doing here is they're actually pointing a camera in game at a specific thing and being like, hey, check it out, here's this thing. But like, it loads in the standard model of characters when you're on the screen, so you can see your character and whatever it is you actually have equipped at that point in time, to get that feeling of you actually being present in the cutscene. And then it switches over to the other character, and it swaps out the lower res model, swaps in the higher res model live on the spot. It's like, hey, here I am. I'm a higher res model, and then it'll zoom back out, and then it'll go back to the lower res model. And so it's kind of loading and unloading characters constantly to switch between the quality, depending on how close the camera is to them and what the camera's pointing at. Like I said, it's actually quite clever. Oh, I guess we're done here. I mean, I can keep getting feathers, but yeah. Is my memory improving? Yes, it's all becoming clearer now, and I think your diligence in the matter deserves more than the information you seek. Why, thank you, jackass. You know, come to think of it, I do recall selling several boxes of strange and exotic engineering parts to Empor about a month ago. I'm not sure what they'd be used for, but I know they'd be delivered to Turum. Maybe one of those boxes is still there? Sure, we'll continue down this particular rabbit hole. Why not? Hey, Cowabunga. Love the name, by the way. I mean, that cutscene does suck, and I do plan to give it negatives, Uthor. But, like, yeah, if they couldn't do it properly, they probably shouldn't have bothered, to be perfectly blunt. Kinda, yeah, except fire instead of lightning, but it sure looks like lightning, doesn't it? I mean, I hate that scene, but it's almost entirely because of execution. The presentation of it is just really, really bad. It's like Wrath-level cutscene quality in Shadowlands. Like, what the hell were you thinking? But Uthor explains why they did it that way. Shadowlands definitely had the plug pulled out in several ways, and I don't blame them on that. Shadowlands needed to have the plug pulled on it, to put that as bluntly as I possibly can. Sit here and wait. Sniffle, sniffle. Let's look at our talents. We can go grab this, and now we've unlocked the entire lower tier. In 2 levels, we'll be able to start seeing our high-level stuff. Quest respawns. Thanks, BC, for existing. Appreciate you. Does Shadowlands have any praiseworthy content? Plenty, honestly. As I pointed out to Mr. Red yesterday, there's actually quite a few... hello. So it's a Firewing Courier. In other words, it's a Blood Elf. That if you're paying any kind of attention, I don't blame you if you're not, we are playing a Blood Elf. So what is going on here? We're going to murder her. And take the box. I guess it's not murder if it's self-defense, is it? I mean, I am literally a blood elf, but I am kind of covered in the void. Yes! But the real way I can tell I'm a blood elf is because of my fashion sense! Just looking so good right now, oh my god. Oh yeah. Okay, back to being void. Whoosh. They, you know, honestly, they kind of remind me of PS2 textures. Maybe even PS1 textures. Actually, real talk, it is always weird to me to go back to older zones and look at a tree that looks like, well, that. This game, there was a really big push for higher res textures. They actually did an engine overhaul to allow that during Pandaria. And then they did it again in Warlords, and then they did it again in Dragonflight, and then they did it again in... Like I was saying, going back and forth just between BFA and BC is just such a night and day difference in visuals. I was blown away by it. Anyways, moving on.
The winds guide you.
So what do you bring me?
Ancestors watch.
Ethereals. Goods delivered to Turem, exotic engineering parts, and a blood elf getting ready to deliver this box to Firing Point. What does it mean? How does it relate to what happened to the druids here? I think we should take a look in that box.
Walk with the...
I don't know about you, but I have no idea what these things are. They do look dangerous. I think you should take this box to Tuki at Stormbreaker Hold. He might have some idea of what's going on.
Go in peace.
Yeah, Legion added dynamic lighting. It looks really good. Legion looks so... Oh yeah, these lights. So, anybody who's done any kind of graphic design ever will tell you what these lights are. But in lore, what's supposed to be happening is you see those... Whoa. Terracones right there? Right there. I can't ping that, but you see it right there, right? The pine cones are supposed to be the things creating the shafts of light. But the light itself is just a manually placed object. Like that. You're not supposed to look at it too closely because, of course, you're not. This is still BC. This is 2007. Put it into a little bit of perspective there. You know what I might do? Well, no, I think you're absolutely right. I don't think old stuff looks particularly good, Plague Cabal. I think it can help tell the story and set the scene, but I mean, it's painful going back to this for me, you know? Hell, even Wrath has that issue. It isn't until Cana that they started pushing a little bit, and then Pandaria. I would actually say Pandaria is probably as far back as I would go. Pandaria looks legit, even today. That would have been, 2010, I want to say? No, that can't be right. When did ARR come out? Because that's Pandaria.
Strength and honor. Fight well, friend.
I always hoped his men would have the outpost completed sooner, but it's not costing him money. Still, it's progress. 2013. I was close. The oily seeds from the forest Alembo trees could prove very valuable. I'd like to gather a large quantity of them, press with them oil, see what I can do with it. Just think there's a whole forest of seeds, producing seeds that go to waste. I don't care if it turns out to be cooking oil or lamp oil or weapon oil. I do this and you'll get access to a quest that gives you weapon oil, which was very useful if you were a hunter raiding back in the day.
Go forth to victory.
Oh yeah, the animation was completely different. They also prototyped the new models in Pandaria with Garrosh. He was the only one to get the upgrade. And then in Warlords, every race got the upgrade. So obviously I like to poke fun, Blade Devil. I hope you don't mind. If you really do mind, just say something. However, the whole reason I linked the PS2 era graphics of WoW Classic Night Elf Druid compared to Yura's Night Elf Druid Modern is because the character overhaul was a huge change in Warlords. It was a tremendous amount of work. And every single race got new rigs, new meshes, new textures. And, yeah. Oh. Like, going back to vanilla models nowadays is just, whoa. Because all these guys, you know, you look at this zone, it looks terrible, but these models, these are modern models now. With modern meshes and modern skins, and modern riggings and modern animations. Like, even this guy. They didn't used to look that good. It's easiest to see because every now and again you'll see an enemy that still has one of the older models. We saw that in Ghostlands, actually. They look terrible. Comparatively, I mean. They look worse, might be a better way to phrase that.
Lita.
No, that's terrible news. I can't believe all but our two of our Cenarian friends are dead. Let me look at these parts. I'm just hoping they aren't what I suspect they might be.
Stay away from the voodoo.
This calls for immediate action. We want someone in the field closer to Firing Point. I want you to speak with her. She'll have a better idea what our next step is. Report to Sergeant Chani. Apprise her of the situation. Take the north road out to the hold. Follow the... Okay, so let's read these directions, shall we? Take the road north out of the hold. Follow the middle... From the middle of Turem, follow the road to the east. You'll find the camp on the bank of the river that lies southwest of the point. I'm only reading this stuff out every now and again to remind you that there is actual Morrowind-style guidance, and it's still good. I actually did look up a few pictures from FF11 stuff. And it looked terrible! Alright, so. I mean, it literally was a PS2 game at that point. Literally.
Lokta.
Bomb parts. So, my suspicions are true. That's not something I wanted to be right about. Alright, you and I have some grim business ahead of us, then.
Go with honor.
We know that the Blood Elves of Firewing are working for Kael'thas and Illidan. Fun fact, one of those things is not true. From what you've told me, they are using the Broken of Turam as a smuggling go-between for the creation of a horrible weapon. Whatever they're up to, the most efficient thing we can do right now is thin out their numbers. The Firewing Blood Elves need to be taken out. Head over to the point and see to it.
May your blades never dull.
What now?
Come back to that.
Goodbye.
We're trying to do these quest lines in order here. So let's head over to Firewing Point. This quest can suck, but it's also a really good farm spot if you want to raise rep, which I don't recommend doing because reps are terrible. I will admit I'm the weirdo here, though. I think Warcraft 3 looks good today. Then again, I think Warcraft 2 looks good today. So, don't give me that look. Don't look at me like that. I didn't say it was the best looking game, just that it looks good. You were Ect. I saw you on Reddit last night. You're like, actually, Warcraft 3 looks terrible, and I hate it, and everything who likes it is literally Hitler. And that's what Ect actually sounds like in real life. I think Classic and BC and Wrath have a style to them. I'm not sure I would go so far as to say it looks good today, but that is just my opinion. The low-res textures really hurt it for me. And I know that's just a personal thing. I don't like fuzzy textures, I never have. It's one of the reasons I think most N64 games and PS1 games look bad, and always have. Multiple blood-sucking parasites. Yeah, that sounds like politics to me. Well, hang on, real quick. So you've seen plenty of BC stuff, right? Give me a minute, Blade Chaval. This really will not take me long. I'll just hop on my mage and warp over to Kata stuff. I will admit I do like good pixel art, but I also hate bad pixel art. I've said this before, I'll say this again. A lot of people think pixel art is like the easy street to making good graphics. No. No. Pixel art looks worse than other art if done badly. And yeah, also pixel art is, especially nowadays, harder to do than, 3D art. Okay, so let's go to... Let's see what's a really good song to show off. Canada. Oh god, I'm not right on this. Let's go to... You know what? Let's go to a forest. Forest sounds like a good option. Right. So let's go to Hyjal. So this is a Kata forest. Now, to me, the difference is immediate. But I'm not the one who's needing to look at it here. Now, some of this is reused assets, because Hyjal was technically there before this became a Kata zone. But to me, you can feel the difference immediately, especially down here at the ground floor. I mean, just look at the difference in that ground, right? By itself. Look at that. And there's that battle song I told you about earlier. I mean, look at this. Look at that. Night and day. Night and frickin' day. I know I'm going through it kind of fast, but, I'm kind of in a hurry as well. Yeah, Val'sharah looks amazing, but that's Legion, and I was asked to check out Kata. Of course, we have to have the Burning Forest. This is what Blade Chaval wants the forest to look like in BC. He wants this to come to pass. Anyway, sorry, so Transmog. Hang on, let me hop up on like a thing here. Pull out my mount.
have just the thing, Wanderer.
Okay, so I don't think I have any pre-baked Kata stuff. That's because I don't. Yep, okay. We'll be easy. We'll just use a Kata set. Which I might not have on Mage. Here's Pandaria. Pandaria. Oh my god, I have too much Pandaria stuff. Oh my god, okay, I don't have anything for Mage. Of course I don't. Of course I freaking don't. Hang on. Let's just get back out of here. I can show it off. Just give me a second. I'm just getting out of here. I love how it still shows the Stormwind picture. I'm a Blood Elf. Anyway, so let's pull this up. Go over here. Go over here. Let's hit the correct button this time. Alright, so also Priest. That's what we've been playing, right? I'll actually show off Priest specifically. So let's go down to... There's Wrath. There's Pandaria. So, here is... We'll go and go with like a normal one. Here's what a Priest suit looks like. I'll zoom in a bunch here. In Kata. Gotta get a better shot of it there. And then Firelands. Not actually a big fan of that one, to be quite honest with you. I actually have almost the entire normal suit. That's what. That makes sense. I actually have Terokkar on my Mage. So I'd have a lot of these. And Bastion. I kind of like this suit more than I should, because it's kind of ostentatious, but I love the idea of having, like, mana pools on my shoulders that are bleeding mana out. That's the only thing I like about this whole suit, is the frickin' shoulders. The rest of it's... I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. So there's our Kata suit. If you want to zoom forward a little bit, just to give you a little bit of an idea. Hang on. We'll go with something from the previous expansion. You'll have to give me a moment to find. Give me just one second. There it is. So this is something from Dragonflight. The difference in texture resolution should be immediately apparent. But also just general design quality, mesh detailing. Even the special effects are just less PS2-y, for lack of a better way to put that. And the way it handles different surfaces. Someone who knows more about graphics design can tell me about that. But like, you can tell what's cloth and what's metal simply because of how it interacts with the light around it. Also, this is kind of cheating because, like, all the Aberrus stuff looks really good. Aberrus just has weirdly good gear. I don't know. It's strange. Like, the art team just brought their A game for Aberrus for some reason. I don't know. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Also, I happen to like all of these suits. Something they invented in Dragonflight is the duster approach, for lack of a better way to put that. They made it so that pants can have more space and size to them, so you have something like this kind of pseudo drape looking thing I got going on. In fact, if you paid attention, my Demon Hunter, my main, has one of those from the Warden suit. And I happen to like most of these. Most of the things like that. So like, for example, the warrior version of that. Where is that? Okay, the plate version is a bad example of that. Hang on, let's try to find the leather version, because I know the leather version. There you go. I rather like this suit, honestly. There's still some clipping issues. I'm not going to try and deny it, but overall it's a good improvement. Anyway, sorry, moving on. So that was Kata. Let's go back to BC, the greatest expansion ever made in the history of the universe. I will absolutely look at it. Speaking of which, I never actually got to answer you on Discord. I did see your message. It's probably not possible in a strictest sense of the word, but like if anybody ever finds like a YouTube video of here's a tour of the zones, I'd be willing to watch it. Especially since I do have visual memories of several FF11 zones, and I hated them. But before you jump down my throat, as you might imagine, they were from like the first zones, right? The zones right outside of town. Really big, really empty zones of just constantly walking across 1,000 miles of empty nothing. Oh my god. Okay, this is bad, actually. Yeah, let me pop some buttons here. Hide a little bit, and then we're going to do this. I also started in Windhurst, that's true. Keep everything true. Yeah. We pop this, so we can do this a little bit faster. It's weird, Savicum. I don't know what's wrong with me. Actually, I do. Something that I've talked about a lot is how much I do not enjoy my time feeling like it's being wasted. If I spend 7 hours doing something that I enjoy, that's not a waste of time. If I spend 7 hours doing something that could have taken 1 hour or just felt like empty padding, I feel like I've wasted my time. And I think there's two big reasons why that bothers me in particular, more than it would, normal people. One, I am always in a hurry. I always have 1,000 other things I would rather be doing. And so being forced to sit down and do something that, could have just been an email tends to bug me, right? But the other reason is I've been playing video games since I was 3. And that's not really a brag, that's just a statement of facts. It's the low HP thing, right? My tolerance for time wasting has gone down over the years because I have had so much of my time wasted. I played JRPGs in the 80s and 90s, for God's sakes. You know what I mean? Like last night when we hopped into WoW to do some more Within stuff, not a single second of my time there felt like it was wasted. Because it was like, woo! And we went, and we did some delves, we did some quests, we did the raid, and that was cool. Then we tried out a couple of other things. We poked a little bit at the secret, and then we hung out with our friends for a little bit, and then helped them get something. Boom, 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 boom. And that was like a solid 2 hours of play. But all of that was time spent, or perhaps more accurately, time well spent. Compare and contrast that to what I'm doing right now. And no offense, I don't mean to sound like you guys are a waste of time. That's not what I mean. Yeah, we're killing bad elves. Very, very slowly. Would I say the quality of games matters to me more over the years? Absolutely yes. Not only have I gotten better at games the older I've gotten, I have gotten pickier about games. And even regardless of me being an elitist, hoity-toity, gatekeeper, bald idiot who's worthless, the fact of the matter is it's really easy to understand why I am that way, because I've played a lot of games. The gradient, if you look at every person who's played video games, you could trace a gradient from the worst they've played to the best they've played, from their perspective. And that gradient, changes in terms of size. Me, I have played thousands of games. My scale is huge. Insert dick joke. Because I have just played so many games over the last 39 years. Anybody who's played as many games as me probably understands what I'm talking about. And I'm sure that's a not zero number of you in chat right now. When you have seen that many movies, when you've read that many books, when you've watched that many animes, your standards kind of shift because you've seen how good can get, and you've seen how bad can get. By the way, I'm probably underselling it. I'm on the verge of death every single one of these polls, which is why I'm doing this a little bit slowly. Frickin' enemy casters, am I right? Like, that guy pulled me to half health there. I had a bubble gone. Anyways. Thank you for the sub, Ryman, as always. And if you would like to put that towards something, up to 3 things of your choice, please let me know. Remember, you can also pick, a genre, if you don't want to pick something specific. What's the villain's plan here? Well, I suppose I could just give everything away. So you see this sucker in the middle? Hang on. Get the camera angle right. Come on, camera angle. Work with me. There we go. That is called a monobomb. Monobombs, in many ways, are pretty much the nukes of the setting. not literally, not in terms of the scale of the damage they can do, but more in terms of how bad they are, and how nobody should ever use them for pretty much any reason ever. And it's probably easy to understand because they're called mana bombs. Even if you don't know anything about this specific setting, if you have any vague understanding of fantasy at all, something that is a mana bomb is a bad thing. So what they've been doing specifically here is they've been gathering a fairly large amount of arcane and fell energy, which is not a good combo, and shoving it into those things. When I say a large amount of energy, I mean like an absolute crap ton. And then it goes on, and they put it into a place, and it just detonates. Now, they've been experimenting with different yields. The bomb that someone else uses in a future expansion, which we're not talking about yet, is of a substantially higher yield than this. So the one that they used in order to kill all the druids earlier was actually a much, much lower yield. But even that was able to kill every single druid there without doing any damage to the surrounding structures. It did, however, permanently scar the terrain, making it essentially unlivable. And the ambient mana will take, honestly, probably months and or years in order to finally filter out to the point where it's actually safe to even be there. So yeah, they were about to do this again. That's what we're here to do, is we're here to stop their deployment of a second mana bomb. Yeah, no, exactly. It makes sense to, even regardless of the allegory to nukes, it makes sense that a mana bomb would leave tons and tons of ambient mana in the surrounding area. And that's damaging, even to blood elves. Idiots. And of course, because mana is kind of a fundamental underpinning of the setting, it's also worse than just your typical, it's going to damage and destroy you. There's a reason why that one druid, you remember the guy, the warden, who was like, you have to kill this guy because he won't accept a tea party. His mind is probably permanently damaged by the sheer amount of energy that has flooded into it. Especially since it's conflicting energy. It's two very, very different types of energy. It's math and entropy, put into simple terms. That's not super healthy. He was the only real survivor. Now, I know what you're thinking. Lore, hold on. Why? Like, why bother throwing a mana bomb at some druids? Now, a lot of people back in the day assumed this was just because dead puppies. And that's a valid answer. Terokkar even gives an answer several people gave, which is maybe it's because they wanted to feed off of the fallout. But as I mentioned earlier, blood elves actually can't feed off of this energy. It's too unstable even for them, so that doesn't work either. No, the reason here is much, much pettier. So you remember that quest chain we did for the Cenarian expedition back in Hellfire Peninsula? Pathelion the Calculator, who is one of the top lieutenants of the Sun Fury, dropped a big old mana crystal right up here. You remember that? And it was causing all of the Colossi to go nuts there. Well, we, on behalf of the Cenarians, stopped it. So Pathelion, who has a very small dick, decided to take umbrage to that. That's it. That's the reason. Obviously, they were developing the mana bomb for long-scale deployment, so there's a little bit of the test thing. But the reason they attacked some random Cenarian grove, which had nothing to do with anything, and, like, would actively ensure that people would want to go after them, which, by the way, did happen. Attacking the grove guaranteed a military response and destroyed the mana bomb project. So, way to go on that. But yeah, the reason they did that was because of petty revenge. To go after the druids for screwing with their other experiment. That's it, that's all. I know this sounds strange, but I've always kind of liked that particular story beat. It is so small-minded that it appeals to me, as strange as that probably sounds. Like, you little dickwad. That's a good question, Magister. But if you want to be honest, I can tell you exactly what it is. This is speculation, not guarantee. But I would speculate the original target was Shattrath. Think about it. No, exactly, Volcarin. Think about Kael'thas's mindset right now. Remember, this is well after Kael'thas has already gone cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and is specifically working for the Burning Legion. So he's straight on evil. He sends a force to attack Shattrath, and that force turncoats on him. So he already wanted Shattrath gone, and now he actually has an additional motivation of wanting revenge on Shattrath for flipping his best army. Exactly, Maverick. He wanted to go after the Scryers. Punish the traitors, punish the town, take out his original target. I guarantee you the original target was Shattrath. So there's a non-zero chance that us getting involved here actually saved Shattrath, because frankly, there's not a lot you can do about a monomop, just like a nuke. Once the nuke's deployed... The reason this all then amuses me so much is because if Pthalion wasn't such a tiny-dicked idiot and decided to attack what is effectively a neutral civilian site out of petty revenge, there's a decent chance we wouldn't have found out about the tests and stopped it in time, and we might have lost Shattrath. So way to go, Pthalion. You really are pathetic ick. Someone laugh, please. I spent too much time on that joke. Yeah, it really is. So there's a story positive, because I do like that thread, and I do like how it winds out. And again, like was just mentioned in chat, there's nothing wrong with a villain who's just really that small-minded and pathetic. It's a simple play on words. His name is literally Pthalion, so I called him Pathelic. Oh god, now I'm screwing it up. Ah! Okay, so I don't actually need anything else here. I'm screwing up my own joke, as I always do. Yeah, that's actually, it's worth noting. Pthalion might have been less Pathelic. Hey. If, you know, he wasn't currently gorged on fel energy, and fel energy does some very unpleasant things to your brain. Anyway, sorry, Ryman, you asked a question. Yes, the BRPG block has been broken up, but all the games are still there and can be donated towards individually. Positive. I agree with you, Linerith. I wouldn't even argue that. Okay, so Max Payne 3, KOTOR 2, and Skyrim. Done. Thank you again. Right. The problem is, I don't want to use this parallel, but it's kind of like, imagine if taking crack cocaine in real life was exactly as damaging and addictive and dangerous as it is in real life, but also it gives you superpowers. So, like, even if you're not smart or good or capable or willful, it is a very, very easy shortcut to power. In many ways, no offense, I would say that Fel in Warcraft is a better example of what the dark side is supposed to be in Star Wars. Like, it is such an easy shortcut to power, and it is incredibly addictive, and it is extremely hard to stop using once you've started using it. Yeah.
Greetings.
That's a good start, but based on what you witnessed in the courtyard, you'll have, well, as well as intelligence I've received, we have a far more pressing matter at hand. They're building a second monobomb in the courtyard. My intel suggests the final code for the bomb is being held by Shattrath Valdoon, the Overseer. You have to go back there and retrieve the code from him. He keeps himself in the top of the tallest spire. You used to have to go up these elevators to get up to him, and then some teleporters, and then you'd fight him. But nowadays you can just fly, so it's cool.
Go forth to victory.
It is something that's worth noting that it is possible there is no such thing as an native demon. We're not actually sure, weirdly enough. Excuse me. Hang on, hang on. Ugh. Invisible walls! Ah, invisible walls! There we go. Hemp. Yeah, no, exactly. It is entirely possible there is no such thing as a native demon. That every demon species we've seen was a convert, like the Eridar are. Come to my house and threaten me? Ah, think not. Ooh, this guy hurts. It's okay, because you don't have any buffs or anything. Oh god, he buffed himself! He buffed himself! Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, poker too. I'll take that. Yeah, that should be here, I want to say. There it is. Okay, we'll do that in a second. I don't blame you, Maverick. Like I said, the whole point is it's just a possibility. Who knows, really? We'll grab our last Phantasmal. There we go. And we're done with the middle tier. Infernals are probably... Oh, shoot. I did a bad spot. That's okay. We can work with that. We can work with that. Infernals are probably native demons in the same way that golems are native earth elementals. Like, yeah, they're made of rocks, but, like, that's... Infernals are constructs. You know? And yeah, they actually talk about... There's a quest chain in Pandaria, for Warlocks only, that talks about the origins of the Doom Guards, and how they were originally something else. And they fed on magic, and they could detect magic naturally, and that's why the Legion found them, corrupted them, and started using them. Because they became... bloodhounds, right? Although, in this case, magic hounds. Welding pats. Oh, sure. This is bad. Oh, yeah. I might actually die here. Now let's try to get a little less damage taken. There we go. Let's do it with you. Ow. 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 Get another dot going. Okay, we're good. Jesus. Yeah, we've seen what imps used to be. Ironically, they used to be basically imps. Forest imps. Fae. Okay. I mean, let's be completely honest with ourselves. Most of this stuff is probably asset reuse that they decided to justify after the fact. I'm fine with that. You know, asset reuse is valuable for a reason, and if you're going to make some story reason for it, go for it. I also admittedly like the idea that most demons are actually just, you know, corrupted races that have been converted by Fel. Especially since there's precedence for that. Okay, let's input the final code. Wait, do we just activate the monobomb? I'm gonna go over here. For no reason. Okay, so you may or may not have noticed, but that just killed all of these elves. And that's your in-gameplay cutscene, consequently. And as per usual for BC, it's a pretty wet noodle. Whoop, whoop, up. And yeah, I don't know if it'll still do it, but back in the day, that would absolutely kill you. That's why there's a warning and a countdown. So yeah, now there's even more dot nuclear fallout in the world. That's great that we've done that. That's a thing now. Satyrs are not corrupted, or I don't know why I said satyrs are not corrupted. Satyrs are corrupted night elves, that is correct. Usually willingly, though. Not that that means much, it's just a little variance on top of things. Hang on, where is this stupid thing? I mean, night elves used to be trolls anyway, so that's whatever. Yeah, exactly, as Mirror Star. It's not like they can't do the phasing tech nowadays. Cough, cough, Stone Talon Peak. What's interesting, the amount of messing with your head that Fel does seems to vary. And I'm pretty sure it's just because plot convenience, but there are demons who are, let's call them more reasonable than others, is the simplest way to put that. And you can actually work with them. It's one of the reasons why there's so many, I don't want to call them good aligned, but let's call them more positively aligned demons in Legion, especially if you're working as either a warlock or a demon hunter. Like, we see little snippets of this throughout the game. They're sentient beings, which means you can bargain with them. You can negotiate, you can work with them. At least as long as their mind works. That's kind of the weird little asterisk there. That you need to make sure that they're fully capable of cohesive thought before you start being like, hey, so listen. And they're like, face pizza! And it's like, okay, never mind, we'll just kill you, stab. So I return to the Eyes of Skeksis. Your bravery should be commended. The Guardians of Skeksis do not part with their belongings willingly, but heroics of the past are of little consequence now. We shall see if this bravery continues to persist as Terokk's gaze fixates on the south. Other Arakkoa took part in the betrayal of Terokk. Kirik recognized Terokk as a charlatan, not a prophet. The only prophecy of Terokk is envisioning was a doom born of his own bidding. It was Kirik who led us bravely from Skeksis. After our pilgrimage to Shattrath, Kirik traveled to the other colonies in search of other refugees. This missive tells of what the eyes have seen. Kirik must be told. Follow the road to the south and look for the caravan. Okay. Well, you see, Lunaruth, there's this thing called writers get better over time. It's not always true. It can be. Wrong place.
How you doing, man?
Oh, you did it. You saved us. You saved Stonebreaker Hold, and definitely not the Alliance Town or Shattrath. With their forces decimated, their leader dead, and the monobomb destroyed, we can all breathe much easier. I've never seen such selflessness, such heroism. Yeah, you don't need to blow smoke up my ass, dude. All I did was do like 2 quests. So, I think, after all you be done here, you should go back to the thicket and speak with Earthbinder Tavgrim. I'm certain he'll want to know what really happened out here.
Spirits be with you, man.
Got it. Yeah, so that's the thing. Both the Alliance and the Horde Town are all like, oh my god. Yeah, it is Mirror Star. I think this is funny. There's some Warcraft 1 buildings later. Both the Horde and Alliance camps are like, oh my god, the Blood Elves were totally going to use a monobomb on us. I still disagree with that. I stand by what I said earlier. The target was Shattrath.
Like you.
There's no logical reason for them to go after the 2 Horde and Alliance camps here. Let's get rid of all that crap.
Good fortune to our friends.
So now we get to do some boring quests. You like boring quests, right?
What do you need?
We need to show the Arakkoa they cannot attack our people with impunity. Oh yeah, hang on. First I need to give a negative for the quest we just did.
May your blades never dull. Loktar.
So, my scouts have identified the leaders of the major Arakkoa settlements. Go kill their bosses.
Go forth to victory.
Yes. Time is of the essence.
I have been informed that one of our scouts near Grangelgar is currently observing a shadowy band that's moved in there. I want you to speak with Scout Neff to see how you can assist her in figuring out what this unknown group is up to. Here's some directions.
Salama Ashalanore.
The Arakkoa have attacked us again, this time stirring in the night, and then using their dark magic to escape before we can charge up to meet them in numbers. They use their summoning circles to rescue their warriors from certain death, but they cannot run from us if we attack their homes. Vale Resk and Vale Sheanor lie to the north and to northeast. Find these nests. Kill as many as you can.
Remember the Sunwell.
Yeah, I don't like this song. I'll be glad when we're rid of it.
Victory!
Our forces at Thrallmar thought they had the Fell Orcs contained at the Hellfire Citadel, but recent arrivals at the ruins to the east say otherwise. We cannot permit them to gain a stronghold here. Rokag has dispatched this guy to keep an eye on them, but we have to do something to keep them from digging in. Go to the ruins, decimate their peons, and look for him in the trees. He'll tell you where to go from there.
For the Horde!
There's nothing more annoying than preparing to cast a spell, only to have it interrupted for some unseen force. After the fourth time, I knew it couldn't be coincidence, so I sent someone out to investigate. I guarantee you'll never encounter an imp that talks back more than Kebazil. Anyway, he managed to find the source of the problem. A pesky creature known as a warp stalker. They have a habit of disturbing the magical energy wherever they blink into existence. I've had enough of their interference. Go murder the local wildlife because they interfere with my alteration of the creation of magic. Ugh. So,
Strength.
that. Not do that one. I do like the Draenei music. Always have.
Blood and thunder.
Generations ago, when Orc clans still called Terokkar Forest home, the wolf spirit played an important role in their lives. When the Orcs departed, they had no longer any need for the spirit and left it behind. In time, the spirit grew lonely, and it too left the forest. I believe I can bring it back to his ancestral home, just as we Orcs have returned. The ritual will require me to kill a bunch of wolves, though. Don't think about it. No. You're thinking. Let's turn in this druid quest first and foremost. Don't do it, Asmiristar. Don't do it! Ah!
Peace,
A
friend.
bomb utilizing pure mana that can take out whole towns, but why? Why would the Blood Elves use it, and why would they use it on us? I've actually already explained this. Whatever the reason, it must be locked inside the head of Warden Treelos, and I have no idea how to cure him. Maybe his mind will heal in time? Yeah, time heals fell. Anyways, regardless, I want to thank you for helping me figure out what happened. I can only hope this tragedy will never befall anyone else ever again.
We shall meet again.
Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Oh god, I can't target things. Okay, there we go. No, I saw it, Dakota. And that makes sense. You can also use it as a form of hyper-specialization. Make it so that corruption is really, really, really good at this one thing. And if a player wants to design or build a character around that, well, there you go, right? Have one unit on the field who can just absolutely destroy... I can't think of anything that's but you know, at one specific type of thing. Maybe movement, that's your scout. Or maybe something like you've got one person who can just really summon one very powerful mage ability. Something like that. Why is it say there's another one up here? Oh, because I'm an idiot. That makes sense. It's hard to work around being an idiot, you know? Every day it's a struggle. Honestly, what you're saying also sounds a lot like what they do with the, what's it called? The final patch of BFA. The Twisted Gear, or whatever it was called. You know, one of the best gear systems they've ever had in this entire game. Which is why they've never done it again since then. Corruption Gear, that was it. So to talk about that in brief, because you know we like talking about stuff in advance. Void Eruption. Let's do this. Void Eruption. So. Yeah, we could have had a Void Eruption forever ago. But we won't. I mean, we could flip around a talent at will. That's Corruption Gear. So, Corruption Gear had really... It was extremely imbalanced, but it was so good. Like, I'm sorry. Balance is the enemy of fun in many, many games. This is no exception. Thank you, 10-Headed Hydra. I accept this relegation of the lore tax. And I shall distribute accordingly to GTA 6, Red Dead Redemption, Overlord 1. Thank you, as always. Also true, Dakota. Don't mistake me. Some degree of balance is what I would consider to be mandatory. I've actually discussed this most when it comes to Guild Wars 2, more than anything else. Because Guild Wars 2 actually has pretty bad balance. In a way that I would consider to be bad for the game as a whole, and I will ding the game for that when we get there. Unless they fix it by the time we get there, it's possible. So here's the deal. There's a range of acceptability, and it's easy to calculate. In fact, it's a joke to calculate. All you have to do is figure out the overall capacity, output, whatever, of your worst build, and then your best build. And then you figure out the gap in between those two. The easiest way to do that is to look at something like DPS. You know, what's like the objectively worst build you can come up with for a class, and then go and do some tests on that. And then what's the best build you can do, truly min-maxing, and then do some tests on that. That gap should exist, by the way. There should be a gap there. But the larger that gap is, the more imbalanced it is. Make sense? You want there to be a gap. You don't want it to be too small, and you don't want it to be too big. And that's pretty much the ideal point. Now, in the interest of fairness, that's harder to do than it sounds. That requires a lot of work and effort. But that's one of the reasons I comes down so hard on Guild Wars 2, because Guild Wars 2 has absolutely fundamentally failed at that. The gap in between the worst builds and the top builds is absolutely gargantuan in that game. To the point where it goes from being, you know, you can play whatever you want to if you're playing this particular build, you're an idiot and you should immediately stop. Everyone's always going to try and squeeze out a few points at the top of a build. That's inevitable, and frankly, there's no reason to balance around that. Yeah, most people are just going to do a cookie cutter based off whatever someone else who actually gives a damn has actually bothered to figure out is the best build. Most people are just going to go to Icy Veins and be like, all right, and then copy-paste and import it. And that's fine. But again, you as a developer should only spend a little bit of time accommodating for that, not a lot. But I'm getting off topic. Let's talk about Corruption Gear, which was wonderfully unbalanced in a good way. So the way Corruption Gear worked is you would get pieces of gear off of various things. See you around Kennex Cow. Have a good one. And they would have corruption stats on them. Usually the corruption stats are what I'm going to refer to as fun stuff. I don't mean like +5 agility. I mean, every now and again, when you cast a spell that does damage over time, a meteor is summoned over the enemy's head. That's fun stuff, right? You know what I'm talking about when it comes to fun stuff. So most of that stuff was fun stuff. But hang on. All the corruption gear also had a corruption stat on it. You, the player, can only have so much corruption on you. I think 100 was the cap. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. And the more corruption you had, the worse it got. As in, you would get permanent debuffs for being so corrupted. And when I say debuffs, I don't mean your health is reduced by 10%. I mean fun stuff, like periodically an eye will pop out and just start beaming death into you. Or, whoops, where you were standing is now a void zone that's going to kill you if you keep standing in it. Better move. So you had a built-in mechanic designing you wanting more and more corrupted gear, but also penalizing you for having too much corrupted gear. Now that might sound irritating, but hang on. There's a niggle, there's an asterisk, which really made all of this pop. There were ways to resist corruption, and there are ways to purify corruption. So if you purify corruption, you get rid of the fun stuff. You get rid of the cool things, and you get rid of the corruption stat. So you can just turn a corrupted piece of gear into a good piece of gear. Cool. But if you had corruption resistance, a certain amount of corruption just wouldn't count at all. So you could get to the point where let's say you have 20 corruption resistance. So at that point, you could just have enough gear to put you up to 20 corruption, and you suffer 0 because it's completely eaten by resistance. Make sense? This little back and forth worked really, really well, in my opinion. It was definitely a bit of a risk. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. It was a bit of a risk-reward kind of a thing, and it was kind of a balancing act in terms of balancing your resistance, your corruption, and how much you personally felt you could deal with in terms of your corruption debuffs. But the thing that really made it pop for me is the thing I said first. It's the fun stuff. Corruption gear was all about fun stuff, and I love fun stuff when it comes to gear. Don't mistake me, it's nice to get something that's 5 more agility and 12 more stamina and 6 more int. But getting an item that every time I use it, I start absorbing damage, and then once the buff has run out, I use all that damage to destroy everything nearby me. That's fun. Yeah, orange stuff, as Dakota mentioned earlier. Orange stuff from Diablo. I like fun stuff. Corruption gear was fantastic. Yeah, exactly as Mirror Star. It was like, oh my god, this thing does such and such. Oh, that's so cool. And that was my vibe. I was actually excited to get certain pieces of corruption gear. Now, in the interests of fairness, I should mention that I was primed to be really excited to get corruption gear. Because immediately before corruption gear was Azurite gear. Azurite gear sucked. I don't have anything else to add to that, really. Like, I know I've talked about the artifact thing to death, but going straight from artifact gear to Azurite gear was just kind of a wet noodle, you know? It's like, oh, that's cool, I guess. And yeah, this was very much in the middle of when borrowed power was at its worst. I know, we've talked about it back and forth, but again, too much in any direction is going to be a problem, and they definitely went way too far into borrowed power in the era of Legion to Shadowlands. That was a mess. It's one of the reasons why in almost every major interview or announcement they've done over the last couple of years, you'll see them using a buzzword a lot, evergreen. Now, evergreen has a meaning and a relevance, but like, they really like to push that because they want to ensure players, no, it's okay. This stuff isn't going away. Don't worry. We're past that now. Remember, if there's anything that's true about Blizzard, especially about let me walk that back. If there's anything that's true about World of Warcraft, it's that they are constantly reacting to whatever they did previous to now. Often too far. And the artifact gear, the biggest problem with artifact gear was it was boring. Now, in the interest of fairness, I actually kind of liked what they did with the necklace. Yeah, the endless AP grind, Jesus Christ. So, the reason I liked the necklace, was it the essences? Is that what they were called? You could go grab these things throughout the world, and you could get them from certain different bosses, or raids, or challenge modes, or quests, or reps, or whatever, right? They were from all over the place, and there was a thing in-game telling you where you could get them from, too. And it encouraged you to go out and do different kinds of content, and that would then reward you with getting the essences you wanted to flesh out your necklace and design it the way you wanted to. That was a good system, in my opinion. Agreed, as Mira started. The Azurite armor itself is ultimately completely forgettable. The necklace stuff I was down for. When did Dragonflight come out? Let's pause the game here. November of 2022, so about 2 years ago. Hang on. 2 years ago as of 2 days from now. There you go. Wait. Yeah, so that means Thanksgiving. On Thanksgiving, it'll be 2 years old. That explains that, Huthor, because I kind of dipped out of BFA for a bit, and then essences were just kind of cool, and I sort of always had this vague mental assumption that I just missed essences. I didn't realize it had been patched in later, because that explains a lot. That's a good question. For example, what we're doing right here, wouldn't have been possible. I guarantee you with total certainty that dragonflying is increasing the score of every zone I can do it in. And I'm not being exaggerative when I say that. Just by itself. Regardless of everything else, that one thing is increasing the score of this game. It is, without hyperbole, one of the best decisions this game has ever made long term. I stand by that. Like, every zone would take maybe about 50% longer than it currently does. We would have much worse dead air time than we currently do. I think we'd probably be back in Hellfire Peninsula right now for a bit of perspective. Me too. I'm hopeful for the drive system. Exactly, Maverick. And of course, more traversal time literally increases the length of the game, which hurts density. One of my favorite essences, and I'm sure I'm not alone in this. No, prisoners. I actually got that stupid mount back in BC. One of my favorite essences, and I forget exactly how it worked, but it was like, for every other player with this essence currently active around you, you and them both get buffed for it. And that was exactly as useful as it sounded. Yeah, no, it was pretty much mandatory for raiding, but even I wasn't really heavily raiding in BFA, because of course I wasn't. But even if you're just roaming around the world doing world quests or interacting with other players, that was very useful. Oh, God, the Covenant system. The Covenant system was our last real borrowed power system, and as Huthor points out correctly, they knew pretty much walking in that it was going to be a bad deal, but they just found out too late. Because game design is a huge thing, and you can't make changes that far in. Hey Ross, you still haven't asked me that question. And to be clear, I like the idea of each Covenant having a separate campaign. I'm in favor of that kind of exclusive content. I always have been. I like having Horde or Alliance exclusive quests. I like having class exclusive quests. And I like having side exclusive quests like the Covenants. The catch is, most developers do not, and I don't blame them. Oh, there we go. Because that's a lot of extra work for something that less players will see. How many players, percentage-wise, do you think actually raised every class to do every faction, or excuse me, every class quest, every Order Hole quest in Legion? I did. So did all my friends. but I don't think we're the majority, you know? Look, as Minister, stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. Nope, nope, nope. I can tell you're thinking about it. I can tell you're thinking about it. Quit it, quit it, quit it now. I agree with that completely, Luthor. Because, yeah, no, the different sides were just ridiculous in their design. The truth is, I have no idea the numbers either, Linnarith. I can only speculate. But if there's one thing that's true, it's when you boil things down to the largest common denominator, or excuse me, the lowest common denominator, what you tend to see is a whole lot of people who don't bother and don't care. I don't mean that with regards to WoW. I mean that with regards to everything ever. If you look the lowest common denominator with regards to people who go see movies, or people who read books, or people who listen to music, or people who vote in elections, or people who read, I think I already said that, people who watch anime, right? People who actually bother going to the theaters instead of watching stuff at home. People who just binge Netflix. People who watch YouTube. If you there was a study done relatively recently on the most watched videos and channels on YouTube, and it was a bunch of stuff I'd never even heard of. Not even stuff I was aware of but never watched, just completely unknown. Huh? That's the most watched stuff, and it's all nonsense, right? It's all dumb stuff. No offense. And you're gonna say, "What was it, Lord?" I'd have to go look it up because I don't remember. It was just random stuff. That's what I mean when I say that. So that is the presumption when it comes to something like Legion. 80-20, right? Come back so I can kill you. Thank you. I decided to make my my druid Maldraxian. Now, I don't know if that's the worst covenant for druid, but it sure felt like it. Now, I did it because I didn't really care about balance that much. I was just trying to, different things. But man, I was just whatever. Best for resto. I could see that. For PvP, I could see that too. But no, it sucked for me, because I was neither resto nor PvP. I mean, I would resto for dungeons, but raids. Warrior was apparently pretty good for Maldraxxus. That was a friend of mine. I didn't do that one myself. The drop rates continue to suck. Speaking of which, let me go ahead and jot down that extra negative right now while I'm thinking about it. For my Demon Hunter, we went with Night Fae, and I have no idea if that was the best or worst, and I don't care because I loved that ability. Fun fact, I still have that talent. Now, here's one interesting thing about the Covenants, and I do think this is the right call on their part. A lot of the Covenant abilities got shoved into the existing talent system in Dragonflight. So a lot of the cool stuff they had come up with got ported forward, and that, again, in my opinion, that was the right call. So hang on. Blade will ask me a question. I apologize. I'm not ignoring you. I swear, I swear. Does it ever feel inconsistent story-wise to be able to fly around on a dragon through all this content where clearly flying a dragon isn't normal? Someone more interested in immersion than me is probably a better person to ask that question. I've always had that, gap between gameplay and story. Obviously, it's nice when the two intertwine, but for the most part, most games have that, thing, right? There's actually a Pro ZD video about this where there's like, this guy is like, hey, look, it's our great and glorious hero who's here to... He just saved a bunch of kittens, and it cuts to the guy who's like, in this horrible death-doom mask, who's here to murder everyone. And it's like, did he just save my kitten? Yes, I'll save your kitten. You know. There's a kind of a disconnect there. So I suppose that's my easiest way to answer that question. I do prefer it when the disconnect isn't there, but like... There's not a lot of ways we could have, you know, the convenience of being able to fly around BC and having it make any kind of sense. Unless... And there is actually an exception to this, but it doesn't really count and it's not for the purposes of review because it is by definition an event. A remix. During Pandaria Remix, the whole point, narratively, of what was happening was that they were sending several heroes from now back in time to study how the timeways affected and how different alterations and different edits could affect the timeways without a desire to craft a branching timeline. That was the whole narrative of what was happening in Pandaria Remix. So it suddenly made perfect sense to go back and just have all of this modern stuff, and everyone's just like, huh? Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Like, there's even a specific quest I love where you show up on an airship, and the guy you talk to with the Horde Alliance is like, what are you doing here? I don't even recognize you. When did you get here? And then they're like, you know what? I don't even care, because we're in the middle of a crisis, and my airship's on fire. Go help fix it. It's like, okay. Oh yeah, that's the final reason it doesn't bother me, Blade Tabal. This is all opt-in. I know optional is only a partial defense, but it's true that if I wanted to, I could use... slow flying, or ground mounts, or no mounts at all. Until we get to Wrath, I could do 99% of the content in this game without ever even using a mount. I am not that crazy, but I can. I will also admit I'm kind of weird in how I do my mounts nowadays. I blame this on packs. So back in the day, I used to have like a specific mount per character. The problem is I started having more mounts than characters, and I like to show them off every now and again, so I started using the random favorite approach. So the reason you see me occasionally walking around on the Horse of the Lich King is because it's a favorited mount, and it just showed up on the random thing. But for example, for a priest like this specifically, let's see around his door. What would I use if I was going to use a specific mount for a priest? Unfortunately, I don't think I have the priest mount at this level. Although I'm not actually sure about that. Huh. Never mind. I actually do have the priest mount at this level. Well, then there you go. This is my mount. Oh, that's the Alliance Town. That's the Alliance Town. Whoops. Pay attention, Lord. Pay attention. So you're probably thinking, what do I mean by priest mount? In Legion, in addition to all the class custom content for artifacts and the class custom content for campaigns, there's also class custom mounts, which was a final quest chain at the very end of the arc. After you finished all the other story stuff, there was one last quest chain to get yourself a mount that was specific to your class. And it's actually even better than that, because in many cases your mount would actually be specific to your spec. I can demonstrate that quickly if you give me a second. What is this thing called? Lightsworn. There it is. So let's just drag this out here. So right now we're Shadow, right? So it looks like a Shadow mount, right? Just take it in there for a second. Perfect time to ask me the question, Ross. Okay. Oops, nope, wrong button. So let's switch over to Discipline. Let's get attacked by something, which prevents me from switching to Discipline. Let's murder it for daring to waste my time. Okay, so that's dead. Now then. what I thought. This is what the discipline version looks like. And this makes sense considering discipline is quite literally in between shadow and light. Someone who doubts themselves but has faith that they'll find the answers. And one last showcase really quick. No. Just because I feel like it. And this is the holy version. And as you might imagine, it looks appropriately holy. So this is the custom mounts they came up with. And there's a whole story behind this thing. I'm not going to tell you about it because it's a Legion story. If you had strong faith in your doubts. I don't know if that would work. That would just be pure void at that point. Anyways, back to Shadow. Because we, I believe, yep, we just hit level 50. You know what that means. We have now officially hit high level in terms of talent design. So we get our first access to the bottom tier of talents. So obviously we want to go over to the DPS side over here. But hang on, there's some cool stuff on the left too. For example, Desperate Prayer, which is a self-only heal, is reduced cooldown by 20%, 20 seconds. You just got me curious at this point, Roz. Flash Heal also heals you if you heal someone else. Thank you, the real Merc. I appreciate you. We'll talk about those in just a second. Fade reduces the damage you take, which makes Fade suddenly very useful, especially in a group content kind of environment. And finally, the one we'll probably end up taking. When your Shadow Word Pain expires or is refreshed with less than 5 seconds remaining, a nearby ally is healed. That is a really good talent. Because you're probably going to either let those dots expire or you're going to refresh them as they're about to expire, which means you're just kind of adding a little bit of latent ambient healing to your group or raid as you're doing that. But hang on. There's these two talents over here, Divine Star and Halo. So Divine Star. It has a 15-second cooldown. It is instant. You throw something in front of you, like a boomerang. It heals all allies and does damage to all enemies in its range. And then it comes back to you. That's it. It also generates Insanity. That is a fun little talent. It's a little bit tricky to use, but if you get a nice lineup, it's extremely useful. Like you get a bunch of melees in one group, or you get a bunch of enemies together. Fling. What is more generally useful but less overall specifically powerful is Halo. This is a minute cooldown. And this just creates a gargantuan ring of damage and healing around you. Just this giant ass halo. Exactly what it sounds like. And that does a ton of healing and a ton of damage. And generates Insanity. Now, Halo also has an asterisk. It is such a big range that it can actually be dangerous because you can actually multi-pull with that when you're not trying to. So, which one you pick is up to you, but both of those have their uses. For now, we are going to go ahead and go with the dot one because we want to go further down the Shadow Tree. And yeah, Halo gets really fun when you get to hero talents. We'll cover those much later. I'm going to go with yes, Yurak. I like most of the Warlord's mounts, honestly. Is he down? He is down. Oh yeah, very, very, very minor thing, but I appreciate it. So, I'm going to mount something. I'm going to mount Bragwin. Wait, she's not here. I can't mount her. Hang on a sec. She's here! No, give me a second, because I want to show something off really quick. Something this game tends to do is it's basically a part of viscerality. It likes to give you unique and fun little visual effects, as opposed to just generally making you stronger. And for the record, I really like that. A lot of people don't fully understand the power of looking cool, especially in an MMO. Most of you listening to this probably do. You probably understand the value of that, but a lot of people don't really process how much people will put themselves through hell to get something that glitters when they're doing something. Like the weapon glows, right? You know how much we used to kill each other over weapon glows? Anyway, so let me mount something. Okay? So you probably didn't even notice anything there, right? That's because the mount animation is just... Oh, okay, ignore that. That's a dragon flying mount. So you use an item, and then you're on the mount, right? Well, when they came out with the Legion class mounts, all of them have a custom spell effect. Like that. It's a really minor touch, but it just kind of makes them just that extra little bit cooler. They have as Mirror Star, which is why my dragon flying mount looked a little bit different there. So how much effort did I put in getting the arrow relic for glow visual? Good example. Way too much. Should not have done that. I am stupid. I accept being stupid. Alright, so we did that, let's go do this really quick. Yeah, how can you fight monsters if you don't look cool, and or cute, and or sexy? Actually, really quick aside, and I don't mean anything by this, it's just a commentary on differences of opinion. So WoW cosmetics run the gamut, right? There's tons of WoW cosmetics. If you run through town, you'll see people in all kinds of different outfits. FF14's cosmetics run the gamut. If you run through town, you'll see tons of people in bikinis. I'm not mad. I'm not judging. I'm not even being a prude. It's just interesting to see the difference in mentality. It's also probably worth mentioning that FF14 transmog, you know, just the purely cosmetic stuff, tends to lend itself more towards sexy than a lot of other games. Even Guild Wars 2, which goes for another aesthetic entirely. Oh, this actually hurts. I mean, yeah, the fact that they literally charge money for that is probably part of that. I mean, you've seen my outfits. I'm not that particular crowd. Back in the day, I had to defend making a female Forsaken. Which I guess sounds weird from modern perspectives, but it's true. For the record, the reason I went with a female Forsaken is because they look badass. I've told you before, animations. It's all about the animations. Like, sure, like, what I look like in the character creator is nice and all, but as I've said many times, most of that's going to be covered by your armor, so you're not really going to see your character all that often. But you're going to see your animations constantly. And yeah, female Forsaken have really cool attack animations, casting animations, and jump, and just all that stuff. So I was into it. I was like, yes. That's what I want to be my main. And that's where Frozen Sorrow came from. Or more accurately, that's where the second Frozen Sorrow came from. Yeah, exactly. Female Draenei just look cooler. Sorry. I didn't make them. Don't look at me. If I was going to make them, their boobs would be way bigger. Alright, so. Go ahead and turn in some quests.
Strength and honor.
Were you able to find all the pelts? Those are perfect. I could not have asked for better.
For the Horde.
You've done well in gathering them, but the final piece requires a pelt unlike any other. There's one particular wolf, an old and cunning one that has earned his place as the patriarch of the forest wolves. He is known among them as Ironjaw, the mighty hunter. In my visions, I have seen him wandering the northeastern region of the forest. Including this pelt in the vestment will surely light the wolf spirit's path. Do not mourn Ironjaw. He will be well honored after you horribly kill him. I admit that female orcs and male orcs both look pretty cool, but I really love the bulky male orc look, especially when you can make them stand upright. That's what finally sold me on male orc. We'll be playing a male orc for Kata, I think.
Speak, friend.
Well done. We have enough to worry about without wondering whether the Arakkoa will accost our merchants and messengers again.
Glory to the Sin.
Well done, priest. The Arakkoa have learned to fear the might of the Horde. I'm evil.
Farewell.
Just you. Evil.
Strength and honor.
Kebazil is relieved to hear you've taken care of that problem, aren't you, Keb? The imp ignores its master, presumably out of indignation. You'll have to forgive his bad manners. You know how demons can be.
Farewell.
Pure evil. So, I'm one of those really weird people who actively dislikes female trolls. And the reason I say that's weird is because I am, up near as I can tell, completely in the minority on that. Most of my friends love female trolls. In fact, 2 of my current WoW partners both have female troll characters, one of them which is one of their mains. By contrast, I love how male trolls look. There's something about the tall, lanky thing that just really works for me. I don't know. Like, male trolls, if they stand upright, are taller than Taurens. You can kind of see this on the Amani. Speaking of which, male trolls are cool, but Amani, way cooler. I absolutely love how my Amani look. I actually have 2 Amani characters. Go ahead, make fun. I accept it. Okay, let's do this quest first. Yeah, no, a male Zandalari paladin is a giant. Oh, absolutely, Ross. I mean, are you kidding me? Ross, one of my favorite types of games is management strategy games. I'm pretty sure most people on planet Earth would look at, you know, Oxygen Not Included, or Stardew Valley, or, you know, 2 Point Hospital, and their eyes would just cross. I love that stuff, though. But that's the point. It's easy to understand why people wouldn't get into that. I'm not sure... The gameplay is a little bit trickier, because the core combat in WoW is, in my opinion, the best MMO combat we have. It is very ARPG. It's very snappy, it's very fast-paced, and it relies a lot on paying attention and adapting to circumstances. You haven't seen me do anything really engaging yet because we're in BC. That is what it is. There's nothing else to add to that. But speaking personally, even as most recently as last night, when I was doing the raid at the end of War Within, I was extremely engaged in that fight. But again, I understand why people wouldn't be into that. That's easy to understand. Okay, let's go and do this now. Swoop back below the canopy here. I'll actually finish the seed quest at this rate. I mean, I'm probably a little bit the wrong person to ask that, because it's hard to find a genre of game that doesn't appeal to me as long as the game's good. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't like genres. I like individuals, right? And yeah, Dragon Age Origins. I was just about to bring that up. I have gone on record saying multiple times that I like the combat of Dragon Age Origins. Unironically. Unanythingly. I also kind of like having access to a lot of my kit. Pretty much, pretty much just right there on my left hand. You probably can't tell really, but when I say I have GFBXZC, you're probably like, huh? But to explain that a little bit, I can do 1 through 6, and then all of these top rows. So all of these abilities and all of these abilities, all of these are just on my left hand. The last few things over here, these are on my right hand on the mouse. Anything else I have to click. So that's about 20 buttons that I have just all right here. And to me, that's really useful and smooth and intuitive, because it's just like boop, 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 boop. It's all muscle memory. I barely have to think about it nowadays. It's like, oh shoot, I need to heal. Bwong. Oh shoot, I need a long-term heal. Oh shoot, I need an immediate heal. Okay, I need a cooldown. Bwong. Okay, they're low in health. X. Right? It's just, it's immediate.
What do you need?
But it's also worth noting I've been playing MMOs since they existed, so there's probably a lot of muscle memory baked into that. Have you found the pelt of the Wolf Patriarch? The pelt is even more magnificent than I hoped. This is a good omen, and the spirits will favor you for your contribution to the ceremony. I have fashioned a helmet for you from the remaining pelts. It identifies you as a mighty hunter and an ally of the wolf spirit.
Go forth to
I've nearly completed the set vestment. As I add the finishing touches, I'd like you to get the incense by the candles near the runestone to my left. I believe it'll help attract the wolf spirit's attention, since it was made in the days of the Orcish clans. I can almost imagine my ancestors using it in a ceremony to pay tribute to the wolf spirit after a hunt. Once you place the incense, I will begin.
Strength.
He said to his left, over by the candles, but I don't see it. Oh, there we go. Probably Crazy Norse. WoW has had far too much focus on pretty versus ugly in the early eras of its existence. It doesn't do that anymore, thank God, but back in the day they had to have the pretty races, and they had to have the ugly races, and that was just a thing. Wolf spirit of the forest, hear me. Long ago you were a companion to my people. We gave ourselves to evil, and you were forgotten. But we have returned. We have returned to honor you again. Favor us with your presence once more. By the way, shamanistic magic in a nutshell. May our bond with you never be broken again, spirit. See, the thing is, and one of the things that you have to understand about Warcraft is spirits want things. Like, they're different than us. They're alien, for lack of a better way to put that. But they still have wants and desires and politics and preferences, and those can change over time, right? And you're probably thinking, why does something having wants matter? Well, as soon as something has wants, all you have is the possibility of bargaining. Most of the reason why shamanistic magic is so widespread is because most spirits want things that we can provide to them. We provide them something they want, they provide us magical power. It's a pact, put simply. And how slanted it is towards them or towards us varies. Because that's all going to be down to the individual pact in question. And you can go all the way to one end where you're just completely forcing subservience, that's dark shamanism, and all the way to the other end where the spirits are completely taking you for a ride, and we'll see plenty of that when it comes to the trolls.
Sub.
Re-establishing ties with the wolf spirit is just the beginning of my journey, not the end.
For the Horde.
This is incredible. I set onto this journey unsure if the wolf spirit could even answer our summons, and now it feels like he's always been here. Perhaps he was. Perhaps he's waiting for the orcs to realize the choices they had wrought.
Go with honor.
Yeah, a very minor sub-thread going throughout most of BC is just how much the demonic horde completely screwed over the old orcs culturally. Like, obviously it was an obviously bad thing in ways that even a blind person can tell you about, but they lost a lot of their history and their identity as a people when they were smashed into the demonic horde. A lot of people have pointed to the modern horde as the thing that finally killed the clans of the orcs, but no. It was the demonic horde that did that. A lot of orcs who survived the demonic horde, the events of the Second War, couldn't even really properly tell you which clan they belonged to beforehand.
Ah.
One moment, please. But yeah, exactly. They suffered a cultural death. What happens to spirits if no one knows about them or stops praying? Nothing, really. Like, they won't die out, and not unless something kills them, of course. But they won't have whatever they want. They might go mad, they might go feral. They might lose their ability for sentience. There's all kinds of stuff, but it's not like D&D where they will stop existing because they starve. Nothing in Warcraft requires prayers as sustenance. That's a common thing in a lot of other fiction, but it's something that doesn't really have a thing in Warcraft.
Hello. Beware the living.
If word reaches Thrallmar that we failed to contain the Fel Orcs, we're going to be receiving a lot of company down here, and frankly, I don't want the attention. So we're going to keep this little problem under wraps. Got it. If we can inflict enough casualties on the Fel Orcs, chances are their presence will never come to the attention of anyone outside Stonebreaker. So let's end it here and now. Wait in there. Swing your weapon, wave your hand, whatever it is you do, just kill Fel Orcs.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Okay, jeez. In fact, there's only really 3 concentrations of Fel Orcs in the entire expansion, because most of that story arc was contained to Hellfire, and indeed, the Hellfire Citadel. Oh, absolutely, Asmira Star. Something that doesn't happen very often, but it's kind of interesting when it does, is every now and again, like, a shaman will go to a new area, and be like, I wonder what's here. And they'll just kind of reach out to any spirits that are listening. And most of the time, they find some. Start slow-moing our way through here. Suppose we should look at our last few towns. So like I said, we're down to the lower tier stuff now. So on the left, we can get Mindbender, which, let's see, what does that do? That reduces the cooldown from 3 to 1 minute. Way more useful, and we can use that constantly if we do that. Death Speaker, Shadow Word Pain, has a chance to reset the cooldown of Shadow Word Death, increase its damage, and deal damage as if the target was in execute range. So that's cool. Auspicious Spirits. Your shadowy apparitions deal increased damage and have a chance to generate insanity. Or Void Torrent. Channel a torrent of energy into the target, dealing damage over a second. Generate a lot of insanity over the duration. That's also a cooldown ability. Is there a difference between low and spirits? Yes, actually. So, lots and lots of things. We're going to go with the channel because I want to show this off. It also gives another button for a rotation. I like having more buttons within reason. So we can be like, and then they're dead. So, all Loa are spirits, but not all spirits are Loa, is the easiest way to explain that. So, Loa are usually referred to as natural spirits, but also they're natural spirits who have escalated to a certain point of existence. They've reached a level of power, sentience, capacity, etc. Just about anything can become a Loa. People have become Loa, animals have become Loa, plants have become Loa. It requires... It's kind of a weird version of droid effect. You need to have enough spiritual energy, you need to have lived long enough, and you need to have enough exposure to something, whether it's people, or titans, or elements, or something that kind of encourages your internal development. And yes, believe it or not, Khorne could actually become Loa. There is actually a possibility of such a thing being a thing. It's one of the reasons I was so jazzed about the Khorne Loa, because that's practically what it was. Anyways, but spirits. So spirits are all up and down the tiering. If I kill a wolf right now and kind of trap its spirit out, if I rip its soul out, essentially, I've just created a spirit, right? I'm having trouble coming up with examples of this off the top of my head, but there's a whole layer. The spirit is one of the fundaments, right? It's one of the base energy types of the setting. So there's spirit entities all over the place. Some of them used to be living. Some of them never had a chance to be living. Some of them never actually formed into physical bodies. Some of them were part of... Oh, I'm about to die. Whoa. Some of them were part of a previous template of existence. They were started to be crafted, for lack of a better way to put that, and they never finished. Stuff like that. all kinds of things can develop into spirits. And spirits can be all the way up and down the gamut of overall power, intelligence, etc. Like that wolf spirit we just interacted with is obviously smart, but probably only to the level of intelligence of a wolf. Wolves are pretty smart, but they're not at the level of, say, people. By contrast, Bwansamdi, who is a Loa, I mean, he'll walk up and talk to you and bargain with you and make deals, you know. Now, the elemental stuff, that is a little bit different, but not as different as it could be. Whoop, 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 whoop. It's mostly a difference in construction, but that doesn't really change the output. So, a typical Loa, let's use Chiji, I think was his name, the White Crane of Hope. Chiji was a crane, an actual bird, that was immersed with a sufficient amount of energy and magic over time. Do I have the sound on? Yeah, I do. That Chiji slowly developed into being a Loa, and eventually became one of the August Celestials alongside the other ones. Also, it's worth noting some Loa are literally crafted. Thanks, Titans. Moving on. So that's an example of something like that. But an Elemental Lord doesn't, like, just kind of naturally develop. The Elemental Lords kind of birth out of their very elemental plane itself. They're still consistent of what is effectively spirit energy, but it's spirit fire energy, right? So, whereas most Loa started their lives as physical beings, most elemental creatures started their lives as energy beings. The end result, however, is that Neptulon and Bwansamdi have a lot more in common with each other than you'd think. And, consequently, our interactions with both are near identical. At least from our perspective. If you want to be a fire shaman, and you reach out to Smolderon, we'll use him as an example. He can be like, alright, I will give you my power to burn. But in return, you must burn 15 things for me every day. And it's like, well, okay. Do elements have souls the way spirits do? Yes, actually. And their souls follow the typical dimensional rule that pretty much all life in this setting follows. So there's a really, really hard rule when it comes to how things operate in this setting. If your soul dies in your home plane, it is destroyed. Now, why this happens exactly is something they've only vaguely got into, but it's a rule they've kept consistent for years. The idea in Vague, as I understand it, asterisk, is that if you die off of your home plane, your soul is ripped back to your home plane, and then it may reconstitute, or you may wander, or maybe you'll dissipate into your home plane. There's all kinds of options there. But if you die in your home plane, your soul instantly dissipates into the energy that is consistent of your home plane. Basically, you get recycled back into your home plane. So, demons, for example, if they die in the Nether, they die. Their energies are distributed into the Nether, and they're permagon. And yeah, they belong to the Nether, exactly. Same thing with elemental creatures. You kill a fire elemental in the fire elemental plane, that gets distributed back into its plane, and it stops existing. It cessates, or cessates if you prefer, however you want to pronounce that. In other words, it doesn't die, it goes away. There's nothing left afterwards. And there's several examples of that. We'll actually see that in Shadowlands as well. Because if you are an entity of death who dies in the Shadowlands, you're gone. And this will actually be a plot point several times. So why was Ragnaros such a dick? That's actually a good question, believe it or not. Here's the deal. Most elemental beings don't really have the ability to go beyond their nature. Normally I'd say programming, but it's kind of the opposite of programming, but it feels like the exact same thing in practice, doesn't it? So a fire elemental can think and reason and bargain and be, cool and whatever, but at the end of the day, they are going to want to burn things. It is quite literally in their nature. As a consequence, when you get to a certain part of being that much of an elemental, you tend to be more of it. So the more of a fire elemental you are, the more you're just going to want to burn things. And Ragnaros probably makes a lot more sense now when you think about it from that perspective. You also have to consider the fact that there's another layer there. And that is the fact that the fire elementals have a tremendous amount of politics. Now, that sounds unconnected, but let me put this in different perspective to you. What kind of people tend to crawl towards the top of a political landscape? Yeah, which kind of people tend to be leaders of polities? Assholes. Yeah, we intersect with elemental politics several times. I actually love each one of those storylines, personally. To quote myself, the rewards of peerage are usually power. And so a lot of elementals have a specific reason to want to go up the ranks, not just because they have more authority, but because they literally can channel more of their energy, and they quite literally level up. Exactly, Crazy Norse. Bingo. You'll notice, if you pay attention to the 4 elements, there are 2 we tend to have the most positive reactions to. Those are earth and water. Water's kind of a weird one, but earth makes perfect sense to me. Frankly, I think the main reason we have so much luck with water is because so many other people keep screwing with water, and we don't.
I have many, many wares.
So they're like, okay, you know what? You're better. You're better than the alternative. All right, we'll work with you.
May your feet find good trails.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if WoW referenced Exalted. They like to do that. Warcraft lore is very much a patchwork of many other fictional settings. And as weird as this may sound, that's one of the things I like about it. But yeah, air tends to stay out of things. It's actually one of the reasons why air's inclusion as part of the forces of the Twilight's Hammer was such a weird thing in Kata. But it turns out that was kind of a temporary thing anyways, and we'll talk about that when we get there. But fire! Of course fire would join anybody who says, hey, we'll let you burn things. Will you let me burn all the things? Yeah, you can burn all the things. Done! Where do I sign up? It's also why fire is almost the most common elemental force that evil people tend to use, because it is so easy to convince fire elementals to be evil, because all they want to do is burn. Yeah, fire, most of the elements to some extent or another want their element to be dominant, but none more so than fire. Fire has multiple times wanted to be the only element. I don't think they really understand how extremely stupid and non-sustainable that would be. You know, I don't actually have a good answer to that, Lord Hammer. Because you're right, water is usually healing. That's true in general, too, not even just in this game. Yeah, we'll talk about Murmur pretty soon, hopefully today. I mean, we'll get to it today. I was kind of hoping to finish Terokkar up before the lunch break, and that is not happening. We might finish the forest up for the lunch break, but we're not even going to get started on the Dead Wastes. Okay, so we've killed a whole bunch of fell orcs, and now we're going to talk about the bone chewers, because Mr. Red probably thought I didn't notice it. So, the bone chewers, they like to chew bones. Actually, let me double check something, because... so someone has commented like 3 times now in the VODs that new Stormwind was actually all the way back in Warcraft 2, which is just a negative for Warcraft 2. But it reminded me of how little I actually remembered the specifics of the details of Warcraft 2. So let me double check, because Bone Chewer haven't had much of a presence outside of Warcraft 2. Like, there's the book, you know, Beyond the Dark Portal and Rise of the Horde. And then there's this little stuff in Burning Crusade, and otherwise it's just Warcraft 2, and that's it. They were a thing in Warlords. Yeah, they were. Huh? Uh-huh. Yes. Mm-hmm. So, I'm actually staring at the wiki, and I don't see any references of them in Warlords at all. Literally none. Apparently, Griftah is actually specifically a bone chewer. Oh, you're talking about that. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, so the one and only thing I did know, and I was just double-checking myself here. The bone chewers are savage. They're feral, actually might be a better way to put that. Even back in the old lore, they went mad. Something that I've mentioned a few times, Draenor's a death world. There's actually reasons in lore for it, but the long and the short of it is a hellscape. It is absolutely overrun with lots and lots of very terrifying and dangerous things. Orcs, who I remind you in lore are functionally very superior humans. Like, they are strong, durable, long-lived, intelligent creatures. They are at the bottom of the food chain of Draenor. So the only way the Orcs were ever able to do anything was because they would forge into clans, right? That's how they survived. Yeah, no, the Graan and the Ogres were still dominant for a huge portion of that. Anyways, getting back to Bone Chewers for a second. So, some of the Orcs just kind of went completely mad, especially the ones who lived in Tanaan. Tanaan is even more dangerous than most of the other places on Draenor, and most people couldn't survive it. The people who did survive eventually became the Bleeding Hollow. Those were the sane ones. Those are the ones that actually managed to retain some semblance of self, and they would go on and forge their own wild, voodoo, crazy, we live in the swamps and we regularly cut ourselves and bleed ourselves as part of a ritualistic thing group. Those are the sane ones. The ones that were left, that's the Bone Chewers, and that's why I call them feral. Most of the Bone Chewers couldn't even be considered people at a certain point. Ravaging, mindless, blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. So that's one of the reasons why the Bone Chewers are here, and why Illidan is using them specifically. Which makes sense when you think about it.
I'm listening.
I know you're well-traveled, but understand, some stories are best left where they happened. Do we understand each other?
Dark Lady, watch over you.
Stopping the Fel Orcs is going to make more than mere harassing their workers, I'm afraid. I've made a discovery that sheds some light on the reason for their presence here, and it reinforces my belief we must act quickly.
Our time.
Over the last couple of days, I've observed a Blood Elf woman traveling to and from the Fel Orc stronghold and conversing with their leader. From her body language, she's issuing orders, but why? Whose orders is she conveying? My curiosity got the better of my judgment, and I shadowed her when she left the encampment. She headed to Firewing Point. I stopped before I reached the perimeter. Kill her before she leaves the camp again.
Remember, patience, discipline.
And yeah, no, the Bone Chewers are your acceptable target, Orcs. Just like, if you remember, Warcraft 2 had two acceptable targets. There was the Alterac for humans, and there was the Bone Chewers for the Orcs. Different reasons for it, but same concept. Don't mind me. I'm not here. Shadow Moon? Not for a couple of days at least. This. Go around a corner. Come on, over here, over here. There you go. Hi! Thank you for leaving the support of your guards. I appreciate that. Beaming brain waves into you. Take that, but hang on, there's also a quest over there I kind of want to grab. Oh, geez. Okay, hang on. I should probably pull down to this place and push through this. If you give me a minute, while I'm in combat, I will try to pull something up. Hang on, hang on. that. Okay, so we're doing this, obviously. And we'll finish off Terokkar today, obviously. Then Nagrand we're doing like 1.5 times. Then we're doing Blade's Edge Mountains 1.5 times. Then we'll do Shadow Moon. Then we'll do Netherstorm. And Netherstorm will lead directly into the Keldanis, which is the final zone. The writing on the plans is far too delicate and precise to come from any fell orc. You can't make out what the text... That's racist. You can't make out what the text says. The fell orcs are... The implications are pretty clear. The fell orcs are taking orders from the Blood Elves at Firewing Point. Why would these two forces be working together? I wouldn't worry too much about it. I have a 5% buff because I have 180 Magister. Yeah, no kidding, Crazy Norse.
What is it?
I mean, this is a death world, right? If they really wanted to, they could really dig into how terrifying Draenor was. They only scraped the surface during Warlords. That's true, Lord Irma. Well done. We've bought ourselves a little time. The Blood Elves will go curious about what happened to their friend, but hopefully by that time we'll have a better understanding of their intentions. When the time is right, I will inform Rogak of our progress. Good idea. I'm going to go inform Rogak of our progress. First, I'm going to grab some seeds so I can get some oil. Oh, I love that oil. Actually, I don't like oil, so I guess that's the opposite of that. Oily food just makes me feel sick. I don't know. Not a fan. How many of you have ever wanted a friend to either play a game with you or like watch a movie or watch a show with you? I know I'm starting vaguely here, but bear with me. I'm coming to a point. Of course. When I need 3, I get 1, and when I need 1, I get 3. That's right. So, one of the things that tends to get to me personally when it comes to that is, hey, there's something I want to share with someone. And then I share it with them, and there's this just overwhelming fear that whatever I'm sharing with them isn't actually that good. And I find myself just getting freaked out as it's like, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Lucky dues.
I swear it gets better later. I swear this improves later. Just stick with it, please. Oh god, it's so crap. Anyways, that's me in WoW right now. Look at these numbers over here for a second. I keep thinking in the back of my head, oh god, I hope the game actually does get better later. Like, surely it does, right? Because obviously I enjoy Modern WoW, but like, again, in the back of my mind, I'm just like, oh god, what if it doesn't? What if the whole game sucks? Oh god. So here's your oil.
Go with honor. May your blades never dull.
This oil is finally ready for its first test. It seems heavy enough to serve as a high-quality weapon oil. The only way to find out is to have a professional try it out. See Grek over there? Sure, he's no poet, but he knows his way around a weapon. Ask him to try out the oil.
Fight well, friend.
Okay. Hey, Grek, I got some oil for you.
Loktar, strength.
Grek, try. Try. This oil no good. What Grek looked like to you? Some weakling in robes?
Greetings.
So, now we can get wizard oil or mana oil. Or rather, we could if those concepts even existed anymore. But that's how you got those. And those were very useful back in the day.
Makra,
What is it you have there?
for the Horde.
So Cade was right. The Felorc scum are up to something. I never would have guessed they were colluding with Blood Elves, though. According to the... says the Orc standing next to a Blood Elf. According to this map, the Felorc should keep us busy, but why? This is disturbing news. You are right to bring it to me right away.
Strength.
And that is supposed to dovetail into the Firewing Point chain, if you were wondering. Oh god, those first few Tangled episodes. Oh my god. Look, I liked Tangled. a lot, actually, but God, those first few episodes are terrible. Just terrible. And yeah, the whole "it gets good later" is a meme for a reason. Even when it's true, it's still like, oh my gosh.
How are ya?
Thought time someone came out here. I sent the report a week ago. Blood elves and their bureaucracy.
Stay away from the voodoo.
I don't know who they are, but I know they're hostile. I'm going to give you a disguise. I want you to go in there and speak with 3 of them. I've observed a few being chatty. The initiate, the laborer, and the advisor. Just watch out. There's a few hunters in there. And this introduces a new type of quest to this series. Infiltration quests. So all the infiltration quests have the same basic format. You take the form of whatever you're infiltrating, and all of a sudden they go friendly, like this. Hi. But there's always a detector there who can see through your disguise. And that's your infiltrator quest. The early ones are very, very basic. It's just you go in and you talk to. They've played with this a lot in more recent stuff. But it was nice to see new formats of quests, as opposed to kill or loot. Oh god, Babylon 5. Every time I recommend Babylon 5 to someone, I have to completely, pull back and just be like, it's a decent show. I'd recommend it. Because I really don't want to oversell something that, as that season 1. Hey, what do you want? Can't you see I'm busy here? The Shadow Council isn't paying me by the hour. Why are you fixing this up? What does it look like I'm doing? I'm fixing this place up all on my own, I might add, so I can move in. With a base of operations out here in the forest, it'll be easier to keep track of Shattrath, Aldor, and Stonebreaker. Our base for Auchendoon is just too inconvenient for that. Wait a minute, do I know you? Who are these people and why are they setting up here? Why am I getting a sub from Ross? Darn it. I'll have to start over from scratch. What are you doing? Practicing. Soon I'll be able to join the other... Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hang on. Let me kill all of you really quick. Oh, God. Pay no attention. Pay no attention. I might actually die from this. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hang on. Let's pop this. Let's pop this. Let's go over here. I'm dead. Okay, yeah. So... That's a thing that happened. So anyways, that's how that quest works. Thank you for the sub, Ross. As always. So does it apply to this game? Only with an asterisk. Valvedrix is right. I can recommend WoW, like, scot-free at this point, because WoW encourages you to start a new character and then go straight to Dragonflight, and Dragonflight is good. The only asterisk is if you're the kind of person like Rax, for example, who really wants to experience the whole game in order. And at that point, I feel the need to be like, alright, look, BC sucks. This is the BC score so far, over here. This is, it starts rough. It gets better. It consistently gets better for many expansions, then has another dip, then has a bigger dip, and then it keeps getting better again. It does still have a solid story score. Although Terokkar, you'll notice, hasn't gotten a lot of story positives. It's because most of this is just kind of here. Oh yeah, I'm going to talk about that. So, hang on, Crazy Nurse. So, WoW back in the day, they don't really do this anymore. But back in the day, there used to be 2 types of WoW zones. I'm going the wrong way. 2 completely different types of WoW zones. It's kind of like how, in Mario games, there's athletic levels, and then there's platformer levels, or whatever they call those. And they're just different from a philosophy perspective. So there's main, these are my terms, there's main WoW levels, and then there's WoW zones, excuse me, and then there's filler WoW zones. Let me just get out of here. There we go, don't mind me. Yeah, can I have a new disguise, please? How'd you lose your old one? I was reading the text. What? Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Hey, Talmurid. So, I would start dancing. Oh, yeah. So BC is very much back when they had main zones and filler zones. And the spread between the two is actually kind of interesting. So Hellfire Peninsula is obviously a main zone. A lot of main story quest stuff is here, and a lot more story emphasis in general. Zangarmarsh, by contrast, is mostly a filler zone. There's still some flavor lore there, especially stuff that helps flesh out the world, the setting, and the characters, but it's mostly just a filler zone. Terokkar is a filler zone. Nagrand is a filler zone. All three of these are all four of these are filler zones. These three over here, these are our main zones. And that's just kind of how BC is operating. So you notice we're doing Hellfire, sure, but then we do Zangar, Terokkar, Nagrand, Blade's Edge. So we're stuck in filler zone for a while, so the story score isn't going to be scooching forward too much, not until we get to this stuff. I honestly anticipate we'll start gathering together some story positives once we get back to the main freaking plot. But anyways. So, Fife says, what's a real sub versus a fake sub? So Twitch is stupid, right? Most people don't care, because most people don't care where their subs come from or if people announce their subs or anything. But for me, while the hate towards Zangarmarsh, I don't have any hate towards Zangarmarsh. It was a net positive, I think. Yeah, I'll have to check the spreadsheet on that. Zangarmarsh was +1 total to story net and -2 to gameplay net. And that doesn't sound good, but that still puts it ahead of the pack. Anyways. Sure, Pillars of Snow, except it makes no sense at all whatsoever. J'accuse! Okay, so, now that we got that out of the way. So Twitch has a thing where it's like, if you sub, you get a button, and that launches the thing, and it says, hey, you've subbed, woo! That's a real sub. But then, like, you have your subiversary, which is not on the same day that you sub for some goddamned reason. And so it's on a different day, and if you share that, then it goes on a different day, but nothing happens. No actual sub has been conveyed. So, like, Ross subscribed with Prime Gaming. No, he didn't. No money has been transferred, and no sub has happened. It's a fake sub. Because Twitch is made by monkeys. So what are you doing here? Practicing. Soon I'll be good enough to join the other summoners and take my turn inside the Shadow Labyrinth at Auchindoun. I hope I'll be able to summon something big. Maybe something as big as Murmur. Though I wouldn't lose control of him. Uh-huh. Sure thing. Whatever you say, lady. Spoilers. She would totally lose control of Murmur. Not that we know who Murmur is. We'll save that. And then Crazy North says, what about Classic versus Kata? I could probably handle this. This is a 3-pack. Alright, let's do it. Let's pop some buttons. Let's pop some other buttons. Let's pop some other buttons. Let's pop some other buttons. And now let's kill stuff. As long as you're consistent about it, I don't care. Being honest, you guys could absolutely scam me and essentially get double the results from your subs if you wanted to. And nothing will keep you from doing that other than the honor system. But I trust you enough to trust that you'll do that. And frankly, I actually have a brain, unlike most companies in the world. To explain what I mean by that, most companies look at a situation like, oh my god, our customers could scam us. What do we do? Freak out, freak out, freak out. And then they freak out over the situation. And they decide to spend way too much time and effort and money burning it on trying to be more secure to ensure that customers can't take advantage of them. And they actually not only lose money in the long term, but they also lose customer support and trust and just general, goodwill. I understand that that's stupid. I'll accept that a few of you might be scamming in exchange for the fact that I trust the rest of you and treat you like you're actually decent human beings. I know. Weird.
How you doing?
One more, please. Thank you. Sorry about this. Can I mount while in this stupid form? I cannot. Okay, good to know. See, Colgrim just subbed right now. Thank you, Colgrim. I will give you my very soul. It's not actually my soul, it's Ross's soul. But I'll give you Ross's soul. So, now I have to address Crazy Norse's question. So, Crazy Norse said, what about Classic versus Kata? I can't recommend Classic, really. Not unless you know what you're getting into. But if you're starting off brand new in Classic, you're actually starting off at some of the best content in Classic. The first few zones, especially Elwyn Forest and Tirisfal Glades, are some of the best designed zones in that game. And you could probably enjoy yourself just fine starting a brand new character and just going into it. If anything, it won't be until the 40s that you really start to be like, oh god, kill me. Advisor, what's the latest news? Well, I was just giving our leader here a progress report on how everything is proceeding. It should only be a few more weeks and we'll have this place back into shape. We may want the Shadow Council to only staff the village with orcs, however. That way they can make an ancestral claim and work undercover. Wait a minute, do I know you? Yes. So that's classic, right? No, that's not classic Kata. That's different. I'm specifically referring to classic, vanilla, if you prefer. So that's its own kind of, do I recommend it, do I not? If you're playing classic, you know what you're getting into, is the long and the short of that.
Don't be shy. Be seeing.
Good, you made it back. Okay, what'd you find out? Who are they?
You be careful.
Those guys are Shadow Council. You want to go back in there and waste him. I want you to take out their leader, take out their executioners, their summoners, and then report back.
Bye-bye now.
What about Cataclysm Classic? I don't understand playing Cata Classic, so I can't even comment on that one. And that's my answer to that. I suppose there is a warning needed if you're going to get into Cata Classic. So let's say you're playing Cata Classic, right? Hey, cool. So you start off with really good content, that's Cata content, and then you go back to BC content. Whoa. Then you go forward to Wrath content. That's a little bit better. And then you go forward to Cata content again. Yay! And that's Cata Classic in a nutshell. Any questions? Oh, that didn't kill him. Her. Oh, shoot. That's not a joke, by the way. The path for Cata was Cata, BC, Wrath, Cata. Because of the nature of how the leveling worked. So if you want to get into Cata Classic, there's my asterisk for you. Now, Pillars of Snow did ask a legitimate question. I joked about it with her, but I did want to give her a real answer. Why am I doing Netherstorm last? Because in my opinion, it actually makes way more sense. I did this for the Warcraft series as well, if you're paying attention. Black Temple is a nice, big, conclusionary thing, sure, but at the same time, it's the conclusion of its own story arc, right? Frankly, Shadow Temple doesn't lead to anything until we get all the way forward into Legion. So that's the end of its story arc. It makes more sense to do it first. Because there is something that happens at the end of all of this, and that's Keldanis. It makes more sense for me to go straight from Netherstorm to Keldanis than Shadow Moon to go to Keldanis, because there's no narrative connection between Shadow Moon and Keldanis. Make sense? Hell, the end of fighting Kael'thas is him saying, I'll be back. And then we're going to go straight to Keldanis, right? Ooh, okay. 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 Hang on. I have heard that from several people that the classic community is a lot more toxic than retail. I don't know about that personally, obviously, because I don't play on classic. So, end statement, I suppose. Yeah, one of the things I actually got yelled at for once, back in the Warcraft series, was that I decided to do the Warcraft series in order of story, because it's all about the story, rather than the order in which the gameplay would happen. And people were like, that's dumb, and you're dumb for doing that. I don't know what to say about that. I obviously disagree, because I agree with the order in which I did it. Keldanis is the very last zone for BC. Almost every expansion has had a final zone. In some cases, it's been a patch zone, but there's always a final zone, like the Eastern Plaguelands was for Vanilla, and like, so we've got Keldanis for BC, we've got Ice Crown for Wrath, Cata has, I guess that would be the Twilight Highlands, technically. Most of them also have some kind of end daily thing. We'll talk about that when we get there. But BC started that trend. There was a final dungeon added with the last patch, and a final raid added with the last patch. And let me go ahead and go on record as saying that I liked that idea, and I wish they would do that more. Oh wow, that's good. Listen, you just suck too much. You don't understand. Yeah, that's true. Actually, I forgot about the Fireland Sun. You're absolutely right, Poses Snow. That is Spartan, I want to say? Because, yeah, BC had Keldanis and Magister's Terrace. And then Wrath had the Argent area. And then also the final 3 dungeons, the Ice Crown dungeons. And then Kata had the Firelands Zone. Thank you for reminding me about that. But it also had the final 3 dungeons as well, the Caverns of Time dungeons. Like, it's not Kill Thos, it's Kill Thuris. Different person, different person. Don't worry about it. Then we move forward to Pandaria. Pandaria had nothing, because Pandaria's patch cycles were not actually all that great. I love Pandaria to death, but its patches were rough. It had the Timeless Isle. Anyway, so Pandaria had nothing. Pandaria did scenarios, that's true. And actually, I really liked the scenarios a lot. I kind of wish we kept having the scenarios, but that's okay. They're back. They just call them delves now. And frankly, delves are better than scenarios in every way. So, I'm actually with that. Thank you for the sub, Neros, as always. And if you know what you want to put that towards, do please let me know. Scenarios were usually main story, yes. They actually advanced main story stuff, like Ragefire. The Ragefire scenario was clearly main story. There's also the one where we go and we actually are the ones who find the heart of Yasharaj. That's in a scenario. See you around, Crazy Norse. They've said delves are going to be an evergreen feature, and I hope so because they're really cool. They're really cool. Then we move forward to Warlords. Warlords... I mean, Warlords barely had a second patch. Here's Tanan Jungle. It sucks. And here's a raid, which, I mean, we'll talk about Hellfire Citadel when we get there, but... You know... It says something when Hellfire Citadel is probably the 3rd best raid in an expansion that has 3 raids in it. Then we move forward to Legion. Legion actually had multiple zones. Legion had Suramar, Legion had the Broken Shore, and Legion had the Entorus Wastes. And Legion also had multiple dungeons as part of its endgame stuff. It had, I can't remember the name of it, in the Broken Shore, and it had the other one in the other patch content. So Legion actually kind of nailed it on the patch content. So new dungeons, and new zones, and some new cool stuff. Yes. BFA actually did some good stuff, too. Mechagon and Najatar were both good zones. They did add a new mythic dungeon. That was the Mechagon dungeon. I forget what it was actually called. Excuse me. I didn't mean to aggro you. You shouldn't exist. Yeah, that we also had the Karazhan revamp in Legion. I actually forgot about that, and I really liked the Karazhan revamp. Yeah, Operation Mechagon or something. I don't know, I liked it too. I enjoyed that dungeon for what it was. And yeah, BFA also gave us Najatar, which I don't think came with a dungeon, but it did come with a cool raid. And I did like the Najatar zone with an asterisk. Then we move forward to Shadowlands. Shadowlands was another Warlord situation where we really only had the one patch. And that patch gave us the worst zone in the entire game. I haven't proven that yet because I haven't reviewed it yet, but I'm predicting right now that Kurthia is going to rate the worst of any zone we've ever covered. And then it had the final zone, which I can't remember the name of. The concept zone, we'll call that place. Yeah, Azeroth Mortis. Roll my eyes. Yeah, Kurthia... We'll talk about it when we get there. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. I'm just kind of covering how they approach their endgame stuff. So as you had Kurthia, you had Azeroth Mortis, and you had a raid. And I think there was one dungeon. I actually still haven't done that dungeon to this very day. So I don't know how good it is. Wow, this really hurts. Wow, okay, hold up there. Hold up. Oh my god. Stop killing me, please. I'm not mute, I double checked. Okay. That's a little interesting. No, it was Zereth Mortis, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, the casters here are mean. This is actually true for a long bit of Warcraft's history, is that casters did a lot more damage than other mobs did. Let's just get out of here. Okay. Whoops. Right, we're turning in now. Ignore that zone to the right. We're doing that after the lunch break. Ooh, okay. Kurthia is just like all of the bad zone decisions I've been bashing Vanilla and BC for, but all condensed into one zone. It doesn't even have an interesting story. I legitimately could not tell you off the top of my head the main story quest, which goes through Kurthia right now, other than like the Covenants were coming together. Like, that's it. So it's dumb story, it's dumb visuals, it's bad design, you can't fly there. Everything there just absolutely sucks to fight. The quest flow is bonkers. Yeah, no, like, Shadowlands had good zone design. Ardenweald, Maldraxxus, Revendreth. And then you go to Kurthia, and it's just like... ugh. Someone just vomited over the game, and that's Kurthia. Ugh. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Dragonflight. So Dragonflight... I don't think Dragonflight added any new dungeons, did it? In patches. I could be wrong. I was kind of off and on under that. Because all of this stuff was at launch, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't think they added any dungeons to Dragonflight. Dawn. Oh, Dawn of the Infinite was a patch? Okay. I didn't know this was a patch dungeon. I know this is a mythic dungeon. So yeah, Dawn of the Infinite, cool, good dungeon, by the way. We'll talk about that when we get there. So that was added in patch. But otherwise, yeah, they didn't approach it. But they did have technically 2 new zones, but functionally 3 new zones. There was the underground stuff, the island, the Forbidden Isles, and then, of course, Amir Drasil. And can I just say, Amir Drasil was a really good final zone. Like, one of their better final zones, in my opinion. And, of course, it helps that the Amir Drasil raid is legit. We'll see what War Within does. We're not there yet. We won't be there for another year. That is unfortunate news, but of course I made the right choice in sending you out there to help her. The last thing we need is the Shadow Council establishing a stronghold. You've earned yourself something nice. Here, take your pick. Yeah, I'll take that weapon that's double the quality of my current one. Thank you. Oh, absolutely. Finally really paying off. The other thing, Amir Drasil was good story-wise because not just was it pretty, it's also arguably the prettiest zone in the entire game. But no, it was also good story. Like, it followed through on a lot of existing plot threads and tied off several of them, too. Like, Tyrande has effectively left the narrative because of Amir Drasil. And I mean that in a good way. Like, that was probably the right call there. And the Night Elven story, which was supposed to have started in vanilla and has been very off and on since then, also concluded in Amir Drasil.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
Okay, so we have concluded the first half of Terokkar. We're not going to do that quest. Yes, her daughter is finally actually in charge, and was always a better character anyway. So I'm down for that. Hi, Evo. Yeah, let's look at our BC hangout. Yeah, let's look at it side by side here. How are we looking? Here we go. Oh yeah, soak it in. This is legitimately what we look like right now. PC. I love it. Like, it's its own thing nowadays. To be clear, this looks bad, but going back to BC is kind of nostalgic in the dumbest possible way because of how bad it looks. The best part is we're both clothies. We're both casters. Oh my god. BC tier sets are legit. I mean, there's a reason BC tiers got a revamp back in Legion. To show that off briefly, very, very briefly. No, exactly, Plosive. No, it's weirdly engaging, isn't it? Oh, wrong button. Let me go over to sets. So we'll do Priest, right? Back in BC, there's Tier 6. And Tier 6, most Tier 6 stuff looks pretty good. It's going to be before this. There it is, Black Temple. So here's Tier 6 armor, right? I know it's kind of small. I'll zoom it in a little bit here. So tier 6 armor, I actually unironically think tier 6 is pretty cool looking for most classes. But then along came Legion, and there was a specific raid that gave what I can only refer to as tier 6 revamps. And that would be a little bit further forward. Hang on. There it is, Tomb of Sargeras. And there's the immediate comparison between the two. You can tell immediately, new meshes, new textures, new updates. But also, because this is of the era of Legion, we start to have different effects and different recolors. And of course, Mythic always adds some kind of extra thing there. This is actually a nice little touch. The blindfold there and the chains are actually off. And they finally get to give voice to their damnation. And that's Legion. To use another example, I'll just do one because Spartan here is on a mage. So back in tier 6, we had Black Temple. So this is the mage gear back in tier 6. Still pretty cool to this day, but obviously lower resolution and some other issues with it. I don't know, Spartan. It's been a long time, and I couldn't even do that for the Warcraft series, so I gave up. Tomb. So here's modern. Oh, hang on, sorry. Here is the modern version. Sorry, let me do that immediate contrast here really quick. So there's the old version. And there's the new version. And you can see how it's using more modern design concepts, but it's just generally higher quality. And of course, Raid Finder version, Heroic version. And you gotta have the extra gimmicks. So this is what Mythic Mage looked like. I particularly am fond of the glow on the crown floating behind me there. And I'm always a sucker for lightning, you know? I love lightning. Anyways. Oh, right. We don't like visual storytelling. No visual storytelling. Ugh. Okay. So. I'm a skull now. Why am I a skull? Go away, skull. So we're finally going to be able to get this talent. I've been trying. I was just stretching. You know, I'm also really hungry. Phantom Reach. This is a really, really basic ability, but it increases the range of your spells by 15%. Yes, please. On the right side, so let's talk about talent design really quick. So I've already kind of talked about the top tier. That's the level 10 through 26 stuff, and then the 27 through 50 stuff. But at the bottom, you start to have to think about your build a little bit more. Towards the top, you can get whatever. Towards the middle, you start to have some decisions. At the bottom, you need to choose. You cannot, on most talents, you cannot get all of the bottom talents. And all of the bottom talents are the best. Pound for pound, a talent down at the bottom is much better of an improvement of your build than a talent up here. Make sense? So these are like elite talents or whatever. You know how it's the Warcraft 3 thing, right? You've got your basic abilities and then you've got your elite ability, which you can't even pick to level 6. It's the exact same concept. So the stuff at the bottom is stuff you really want. Now, you can usually get 2 of them. Sometimes you can get 3. But you have to decide which ones you want, and then you have to build around getting there. So let's look at the left side first. So on the left side, we have Benevolence, increasing all heal by 3%. That seems pretty basic until you realize how much of an overall throughput improvement that is across the board, especially given the fact that that's multiplicative. Or you gain a 15-second cooldown called Power Word Life. A holy word of power that heals the target for such and such. It's an insta-cast. It's very expensive. It is also only usable if they're below 35% health. However, it is a gigantic heal. For a bit of perspective, right now, that would heal someone for about half their health. So just this gigantic emergency no-crap heal. Angelic Bulwark. When an attack brings you below 30% health, you instantly gain an absorption shield equal to 50% of your max health for 20 seconds. Very good self-live ability. Over here we have the choice between Essence Devourer, which makes it so that our Shadow Fiend siphons life, healing a random nearby ally for an attack, which is really, really good. So that's another just kind of pulling more ambient healing into the group or the raid. Or Void Shift, which is a 5-minute cooldown. Now in this game, a 5-minute cooldown is gargantuan. Most things don't go above 2 minutes in cooldowns. Only a few go above 3. Very, very, very few go above, like, 5. Like, that's insane. Sorry, I just need some real music for a second. So, 5-minute cooldown. It swaps your health percentage with an ally. Increases the lower health percentage of the two by 25% if lower than that amount. Void Shift is very situational, but extremely useful when it's useful. In other words, if I am at full health, and my tank is at 2% health, I use that button, and now my tank is at 100% health, and I am at 25% health. That is a really good button. Very situational, but extremely good for what it is. And you can see why you'd want that. You can also swap that the other way if you want to. Again, it's a swap. Then, of course, we have this one, which is the one I just picked. All my spells just have straight up more range. More range is useful for so many reasons. It seems like such a simple thing, but obviously when you're roaming on the overworld, it means you can fight your casters. You can fight things from even further away, and they have a harder time reaching you, especially since you have slows as a Shadow Priest. In a raid, it means you can be even further away from all of those big AoEs and spell effects the bosses are doing, because you can be just a little bit further back there, right? So all of that's good stuff. But that's all the priest stuff. Let's look at the shadow stuff, because the shadow, most of the ultimate talents on the spec side are themed. And that's true for shadow as well. Really like to lead into that. In this case, it's Y'Shaarj, N'Zoth, Yogg-Saron, and Cthulhu. So if those names mean nothing to you, don't worry too much about it, but those are the old gods. We've killed all those old gods at this point in time, but it makes sense that each of those abilities is themed based on how that old god fight was designed. Because we've fought all 4 of those old gods at this point in time, except, of course, for Y'Shaarj, but, I mean, let's be honest, Pride and Fear were basically that. So, let's look at what each of these do, because you notice there's a lot of text here. No, they're dead, Maverick. They're dead. They're dead. I don't want to hear it. They're dead. So, Y'Shaarj is actually a passive. In fact, you'll notice 4 of these are passives. When you summon a Mindbender, that's our pet. That's right there. So when you summon your Mindbender, it causes you to gain a benefit based on your target's current state. So, if your target is healthy, we deal 5% more damage. If they're enraged, we devour the enrage, increasing our haste by 5%. If they're stunned, we generate 5 insanity every second. Yes, we do have stuns, thank you for asking. If they are feared, we deal 5% increased damage and don't break fear effects. And yes, we have access to a fear as well. So, cool, interesting, fun. Which old god do we fight in vanilla? Cthulhu, during the Temple of Ankaraj. We fight Cthulhu in vanilla. We fight Yogg-Saron in Wrath. We kind of fight Y'Shaarj in Pandaria, and we fight N'Zoth in BFA. N'Zoth. So, Shadow Word Pain and Vampiric Touch, that's our dots, have a 30% chance to apply Echoing Void up to 4 targets. Each time Echoing Void is applied, it has a chance to collapse, consuming a stack every second to deal damage to all nearby enemies. If an enemy dies with Echoing Void, it collapses immediately. Now that was a lot of text, so let me try to break that down a little bit. When my dots do damage, that tick has a chance to apply the Void. Every time Void is applied, it has a chance to collapse. The stack. So, tick, 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 and I've got 3 stacks of the Void up. When it collapses, it does damage based on the stacks to everything nearby. If an enemy dies with a Void, it acts as if it collapses and does damage to all nearby. And if you're paying attention, that's functionally another dot. It's just an AoE dot. Yogg-Saron. After conjuring the shadowy apparitions, you gain a stack of A'dal of Yogg-Saron. At 25 stacks, you summon a Thing from Beyond, which casts a Void Spike at nearby enemies for 20 seconds. Void Spike does tons of damage and damage to all enemies nearby. So it's a big nuker that does plenty of AoE damage, and that is a lot of damage. So Yogg-Saron's thing is build up, build up, build up, build up, and then you summon an ad, which just starts absolutely killing the crap out of everything. Finally, we have Cthulhu. So, Mind Flay, Mind Spike, and Void Torrent all have a chance to summon a Void Tendril, a little tentacle thing. The tentacle just sits there and channels beam attacks at your targets. It either does Mind Flay, which does a lot of damage, like a huge amount of damage, and slows them, and generates insanity for you, or it does Mind Sear, which does a decent amount of damage in an AoE, which also generates lots of insanity for you. All 4 of these are very good, and you can see how much these are not only themed, that's part of your visuals, your class theming, but also how they differ playstyle-wise, because this is all about making sure that you're constantly spamming your Mind Flay or your Mind Spike to provoke the proc. This is about making sure you're always maintaining your dots, which provokes apparitions, which will give your stacks. This is all about maintaining your dots on as many targets as possible to make sure that those dots layer and then stack and then cause the echoing void. And this one is about constantly using your pet as often as you possibly can, but also being very careful to use it on a target that has a status effect that you want it to have. So in other words, you want to be using fear and then proc, or you want to use stun and then proc, right? So all 4 of these change your playstyle, and all 4 of these benefit different playstyles. Really good talent design. Pluses. And that's Shadow Priest. You notice we're kind of building down towards Cthulhu here, because I've just been doing that in general. So we're going to do that. We're going to keep doing that. Let's go ahead and reduce our Void Torrent cooldown down to 30 seconds. And yeah, now we have a 46-yard range. Let me try and demonstrate that really quickly. I just need an enemy. Any enemy. You'll do. So 46 yards is way out here. Yeah. I've seen a lot of people just look at the extra range like, why would you take that? No, I mean, obviously it's situational, but there's a lot of use for that. Actually, yeah, Lord Harrowmouth, that is absolutely correct. And remember, you can swap at will. In fact, because of the loadout system, you can have a build that is every single one of these. You could have a Cthulhu build, a Yogg build, an Azoth build, and a Yasharish build. I think you're right, Cloden. This is doubly funny and always amuses me because Shadow Priest used to have the shortest range of all the casters in the game. And you had to balance around that based on raid composition. Oh, Hyjal. Anyways, I'm going to break for lunch, and then we're going to go do the Bone Wastes and 4 dungeons in a row. So I hope at least some of you are going to be there for that. I'll see you guys.